Yazi la phambili akho bantu ngiyacela bandla abangale kwekhamera beze ngala. Nazi ezinye izihlalo ngala. Siyanicela. Please colleagues. Abangale kwekhamera. Please, can we please move forward? Okay, display it.
Hello? Yeah. Okay. Sanborani, hi everyone. I hope you're all good. Can you please try to fill the first row? Whoever is sitting at the back and you see there is a space, please come forward. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I officially greet you. My name is uMngeni-uThukela. I'm going to be your program director today, and I'm not going alone. I'm going with my colleague, so she can introduce herself.
Morning, everyone. And I will say welcome to our Process Controller Day event. Today we mark day 2 of the event. Please, guys, let's fill up. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start to play the video that shows us the evacuation emergency plan for the ICC. Technicians, can you please help us on that video? Thank you.
Thank you. That was our emergency evacuation plan. Guys, please follow through. But if you have questions, there is a desk info where you walk in. Please go there for whatever, if you still have question with whatever. As we see people walking in, we just want to say welcome to our day 2 of our process controller event. Today, our day 2, it's all about recognition, innovation, and awards. So today, it's all about celebrating the milestone of process controllers. Today, we're saying siyabonga to be recognized as process controllers. I would like to see those people who were here yesterday. If you are, today you're coming for a second day, I just want you to raise your hand. Wow. Yesterday we learned, we were innovated, we were informed. Yesterday, it was all about us as process controllers being informed and given the chance, and also opportunities, which there are also opportunities out there for us to grow. So guys, whatever we have learned yesterday, let's run with it. I would like to let my colleague to introduce our speaker as we start our day for today.
Okay. Thank you so much, my colleague. You look so beautiful.
Thank you yourself.
And also to you, process controllers, you look amazing. And thank you so much for yesterday. We were here, and today we're embarking on our day 2, process controller day. Today is going to be a fascinating day because it's an award day, right? So without wasted time, I would like to call our speakers as per the list. So firstly, just before I call our guest, we will have to start with a prayer. So may we all stand up. Technician, please help us with the national anthem. Thank you. You introduce. Uzobasho ukuthi wona ama-program we've got uKhansela DT Memela, Chairperson of SALCA, who will be speaking, uMngeni, and masuqedile bese kuyangena-ke ngithi let us start our program, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to call Mr. Solisho. Ngithi wena uzo-introduce uzofika ubafunde as per list ukuthi oba. Thank you. You may sit.
Ayeye process controllers, ayeye. Asingene kule mood because today it's all about celebration, acknowledging our process controllers. Today it's our award. So today it's all about, yes, izolo sikhulumile ngeyinkinga esibhekana nazo, saphinde safunda. ngamathuba esinawo as process controllers. And we had our guest speakers who started as shift attendant, just to inspire us, who started as shift attendants, process controllers, to the higher position of being managers. So the industry is wide for us to grow as well. And also, while we are in it, as Chablin, because we're being recognized and acknowledged in the mesidlalayo in the water sector, ukuthi siyabonakala ukuthi singobani. So this event is all about recognizing us and acknowledging the role we play, ukuthi yes, we are being seen. Ayeye process controllers, ayeye. Anguzwa kahle lo mfutho. Ayeye process controllers, ayeye.
Yes, indeed, my colleague. Process controllers, today it is a special day, so you should enjoy up to the fullest and make sure that you guys, when you go out there, and South Africa is shine, because South Africa is embedding. Ningabo dokotela bamanzi, and kumele nithathe lo pride nifake into your heart. When you work with a patient, and you mind you, there is no weapon formed against you shall prosper, right? So all the time, when you touch amanzi, noma yini oyithintayo, it nourish because you have passion. Without having wasted time, we would like to start with our guest so that we can start our session early and finish in time. For now, I would like to call on stage Councillor DT Memela, who is the chairperson of the SALGA KZN Trading Services Working Group. Please come forward, ma'am.
Thank you to the program directors. I would like to greet the Honorable Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor C. Klaba. I would like to also greet and recognize the chairperson of uMngeni-uThukela Water, Advocate V. Kuzwayo. I would like to also recognize and greet Water Institute of Southern African Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Lester Goldman, representatives from COGTA, Department of Water and Sanitation, MESA, UKZN, DUT, and I also would like to greet all the delegates that are here, the process controllers from all KZN water services authorities and municipalities. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today, this morning, on behalf of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, at this important occasion, Kwazulu-Natal Process Controllers Day event. Allow me first to commend uMngeni-uThukela Water and Water Institute of Southern Africa for convening this significant gathering under the theme, Empowered Process Controllers, Guardians of Our Water Future. The theme is both relevant and timely as it speaks directly to the core of what sustains our communities, economies, and the environment across South Africa, municipalities. Of course, as the municipalities continue to face significant challenges relating to water scarcity, aging, infrastructure, non-revenue water, wastewater treatment compliance, climate change impacts, energy instability, and increasing service delivery demands from our communities. In the midst of all these challenges, there is a group of professionals that quietly keep our systems operational every single day. We must work together to share practical solutions to blunt performance challenges, improve compliance with water quality standards, support struggling communities, municipalities to build resilience systems that can withstand environmental and operational pressure. In that way, we can build a stronger and a more capable workforce for the future. To all the process controllers present here today, your work matters. Every community that receives clean drinking water benefits from your expertise and commitment. Every treatment works that remains operational reflects your dedication. Every improvement in compliance and environmental protection is a result of your daily efforts. You are indeed guardians of our water future. As SALGA, we remain committed to advocating for strengthened municipal support, improving technical capacity, skill development, and sustainable investment in the water and sanitation sector. We will continue working with sector partners to ensure municipalities are empowered to support the process controllers' functions and deliver quality service to our communities. More especially, we commit to empowering your political and administrative leadership in making your working environment conducive to perform your function. In closing, allow me to thank uMngeni-uThukela Water with MISA sponsors, all stakeholders and all the organizers for making the event possible. May this gathering inspire renewed commitment, stronger partnerships, and practical solutions that will strengthen water and sanitation services across KwaZulu-Natal and in South Africa as a whole. I wish you a fruitful engagement and a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Dithimemela, for your speech from SALGA. Guys, welcome to those who just walk in. If you don't have the program for today, please just scan your tag. You'd get the program for today. Thank you. I would like to welcome our next speaker from DWS, Mr. Siboniso Ndlovu, who is a director on policy strategy and evaluation. Thank you. As he comes forward, maybe we'll come here.
Sanibonani. Sanibonani. Niyaphila? Ngiphuma kapolisi so niyawazi umthetho nenqubomgomo ukuthi angithi ihamba kanjani. Mengibulisa ngiyabingelelwa back ngithi. Siyabonga. Ngicela ukubamba iprotocol. Isikhathi esincane. Kanti kushiwo futhi wakuzo celebrate. Umnyango ke wezamanzi kanjalo ke nokuthuthwa kwendle uthi usebenza wakhe nenqubomgomo kanjalo nemithetho mase kuba nemithethwanyana emincane ukuthiwa i-regulation. Angithi izolo nimbonile uSolomon Makade epresenta u-regulation 30 angithi okhuluma ngani izolo benikhona ngithi. Thank you. So my contribution today We really appreciate the opportunity given to us by uMngeni-uThukela Water Board, WISA, all partners involved. We are thanking the opportunity to come face to face with the most important members of the water services sector, which is you. As the water and sanitation, more especially from the policy point of view, you play a critical role in the provision of water services. Hence, then, uMngeni-uThukela, going forward, we'd love to have a dedicated opportunity to take our process controllers through what are the existing policies and legislations that are governing the work that you are doing on a day-to-day. Are you fine with that? Mngeni? Nizosivumela? Okay. We want to thank you for all the dedication. When you work in this sector, we always have a motto that says, water is life, sanitation is dignity. And we are reminding everyone in this sector, including yourselves, there is water and sanitation. Can we be consistent? We are process controllers for water and sanitation. Angithi? Sicela singawushiyi sanitation. Isithunzi sethu sidependa kunina angithi? So please, our policies and legislative prescript are so clear. You are dealing with a people's human rights, or it's a human rights driven water service provision. Ilungelo labantu ekutheni bathola amanzi ahlanzekile kanjalo nokuthuthwa kwendle kuncike kakhulu kunina. Sibonga all the stakeholders to make it a point that you are being upgraded and you have to be professional in your areas again. Sibonga kakhulu ngaleso sinqumo esithathiwe. Hence, once you remain professional and you are also mindful, ukwazi ukuthi impilo zabantu zincike kuwena. Uma ungayiphathi kahle leya plant, kune risk ukuthi impilo zabantu zingaba sengcubeni. Kuyi responsibility yakho as well to make sure that you read all the documents that are governing the sector, water and sanitation. Hence, we are taking upon ourselves as a department that really, I think even from the province of KZN, and it's good because we also have our colleagues from SALCA, they are here, that we want to make sure we extend the policy conversation. We do a policy that is evidence-based. How can a policy be evidence-based when I haven't seen you in our public consultations? Because you are carrying a lot of evidence of what is happening at the face of water service provision. So we are availing ourselves going forward, building from this great initiative that the Water Board is creating, to avail our policy documents to yourselves. And the good thing again, we even write them with Venek. Why do we have to always write policies in English? Whilst when we check the stats, most of our people are still remaining challenged when it comes to a sustainable water and sanitation service. And most of them, even their level of literacy, sometimes is challenged. Water service policies, the country will have to make sure that they talk and they reflect on what are the experiences. We need to make sure that they reach out to all different settlements. The priority is not only And we are reminding the sector, including our local government, that once we say we've got a water service authority, omasipala abaniqashile, bane responsibility to ensure that everyone in their jurisdiction, in their area, have access to water and sanitation. Banamanzi clean, kanjalo nokuthutha kwendle, abahlangabezani abantu nokuthi bagcina sebengasabi nalitho elisebenzayo. And the priority in nowadays, we've got a new policy called water and sanitation on privately owned land. The purpose of that policy is to extend the services to people in farms and mining communities. We need foot soldiers like yourselves. I can't be residing in a farm, but when it's time for elections, I am expected to vote. But when it's time for me to get something in return, I'm told that a municipality cannot spend their budget to extend the water and sanitation service. Do you see ukuthi kune-discharge lapho ne? Niyangizwa? Sifuna ukulungisa ke lokho and kuyalungiseka. Nizobaka ama-ambassadors wethu. Evidence-based policy making depends on stakeholders like yourselves. Ukuba a professional process controller. Mina ngiyi-policy specialist. We have to work hand in hand. Gone are the days whereby we have to do our policy developments and consult with stakeholders, but you are not included there. We need, when we come back soon, because there is a framework that we are finalizing, we are waiting for the cabinet to approve it, so that when it comes to our public consultations, we go to communities. Sometimes we even bus them to those venues to seek what are the experiences in farms. One of the inputs that needs to come and well-structured have to come from yourselves. 2 days sessions gathering, they are also even touch basing on the scaling, opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Our policies are clear that if we are providing services for communities, within the entire value chain, there should be economic development, job creation initiatives. We need to bridge the gap that people who are unserved, they need to be prioritized going forward. But ke le information engikhuluma ngayo ke ikhona encwadini ke kwinqubomgomo zethu engishilo ukuthi ngoba nginesikhathi esincane usuzongixoxa ngithi. But ke ngicela ukunishiya nomphako. Ngicela nisisize. Sisafuna ukuthi sihlale nabo. So besingakhulumi ama speeches, so besifundisana. Solomon Makate, the director of regulation yesterday, gave you what is there with regulation. Tinage will start you from what is a police. Because we manje ngiyabona la. Khona abantu abanama life cover policies. Abanama funeral policies. Uzibuzeke mawuphuma kamasipala ukuthi umasipala wakho unayo yini water service police. Did you ever make an input in the making of that policy? Whereby you reflected how do you best manage a water treatment plant, a wastewater treatment plant, and so on. So, angiziphathe kahle. Wami unike umuntu kapolice 10 minutes uzokona. Ngiyabonga ithuba eninginike lona. Thank you.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, all know ukuthi water is life. Sanitation is what? Ayeye, process controllers, ayeye. Shine, process controllers, shine. Siyabonga kakhulu kubaba udirector uSibusiso Ndlovu Gatsheni Babenyathi. Sibonga nje kakhulu ezingelwayo amazwi are so informative osinika wona regarding I water sector. Yesterday, njengoba esho ubaba uGatsheni, ubaba Solomon, udirector water sector abakade ekhona la we regulation 3630, usichazele kabanzi ngendaba ye-professional process controller. So saba ne-opportunity ke yokubona amanye ama-professional process controller izolo. So ngiyathemba ukuthi you guys benikhona yesterday here, you have learned something and you get inspired. I would like to tell you ukuthi I'm one of the professional process controller. It is not just a difficult journey, but for you all guys, if you have that one, it's opened the opportunities for a senior positions. And ningakuthathi kancane ukuba u-process no senior process controller. This plays a very long role in our country and in our policy. So today, I am going to introduce one of our best speakers, because all of them, they are the best. So this one is coming from uMngeni-uThukela under Scientific Services, UUW. Please welcome Miss Debbie Trolfi. Give a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, I undid my water before I got here because I thought I'd probably have a problem with that. Thank you for this opportunity. I've never talked to such a big group. Those who know me, I'm the process controller's friend in our organization. I spent 35 years of my life working with process controllers. I've done shifts. I've done night shifts. I understand in part what you do. I troubleshoot for our organization, and I serve operations and the process controllers of uMngeni-uThukela. I have a team of 4, but I was part of that team. I was a technician on the floor too. So I understand you're part of your journey, and I commend you for being here today. Today, I stand here as the chairperson of SANS 241, which actually, that's wrong. I stand as TC 147 ISO. Part of that is for the drinking water standard, also part of your regulation and policy. Yes, this guy has always wanted to take my picture, and I always dodge him. So now I'm being tortured. For 35 years, I have dodged you. Anyway, so these lights, I wish I could see you a little bit better, but anyway. So I'm Debbie or Deborah. I've been encouraged what I've heard here this morning, and it sounds like you've had a really good day yesterday. Solomon, who you met yesterday, is part of the team that developed SANS 241, the 2025 version. So this is not something that uMngeni makes up. It is something that South Africa comes together to do. And whether the wastewater guys, please don't go to sleep now. SANS applies to you too. Just because you're a wastewater process controller, it does not mean that you can go to sleep during this session. I'm going to take my watch off so I can make sure that I keep time. Okay, everything's very shiny up here. So how do you put, as a process controller, how do you put SANS 241? It's a very long document this time. It's one document. I don't know if any of you have seen it. It's about that thick. It costs about 1,500 Rand, and that from the SABS. But it is part of a policy document that you really need to have. It's part of legislation. How do you implement it? So I'm going to introduce it to you, why SANS matters, what's in this new version, the impact on process controllers, and then I was asked to do something interactive. So for this old lady that's standing here, I have tried Menti and Weybridge. So for all you young people, that involves your cell phone. So I'm quite certain that, and hopefully the internet holds, and we can do that. And it's all anonymous and will not be on your performance appraisals at all. And then where do we go to from today? So for me, process controllers are, I heard my colleague here say, passionate. And how's that? Passion is my first slide. What is passion? It's an expression of joy and happiness it associates with great intensity of a deep sense of commitment and acknowledgement. Okay, I'm really sorry that I cannot do bilingual, but that is from our colleague that spoke before, Mr. Ndlovu, what he said about it being in both languages. A thought that I had was that SANS is never translated, and we need to do that. So, but passionate. After 35 years of working with process controllers, that's one thing that I have learned. If you don't have passion, you don't enjoy it. It's for anything. Passion needs to be something that drives our lives. Actually, it is driven by what we believe, then normally our families, and then our jobs. But if we don't have passion, we don't enjoy any of that. Passion is something that we need, and it's something that I have noticed, and it's something for me to have remained in the sector for nearly 40 years. I love water. I love wastewater. I have a passion to serve, and I think that's what makes a good process controller as well, is passion. It's professional. It can be extremely insightful. Did you know that process controllers are very caring people? Why, you might ask? Is because you're the first line of defense in public health. Whether you're wastewater or water, you're the first line of defense. Not a nurse, not a doctor. You, process controllers, you're the first line of defense because everybody requires water and sanitation. And if those aren't good, people are sick. It starts with us. Process controllers can encourage a whole nation, a whole city, a whole community. Process controllers need to be honest about their results, about their record keeping. See, we're held to a high standard as process controllers. You're held to a very, very high standard. And it's important to be passionate because being passionate sustains you on the days when it's raining and you have to walk a sludgy plant and you're cold and you're wet and in the middle of the night when an alarm bell rings or something trips and you have to leave the control room and you have to run down and open a valve or close a valve because of load shedding. Passion is what sustains you on those long, cold nights and on those stinking hot days that we have in KZN. It can only be passion that sustains us. So in my books, a process controller is a very passionate person. So, SANS, safe drinking water, what is it? I'm going to read it to you because a definition needs to be a definition. And it's water that complies with the numerical limits of SANS 241 2025. The previous standard was 2015. That does still apply at the moment. And 2025 will be, oops, I've got a 6 in there, I'm sorry about that. 2025 is being introduced slowly, and there will come a point by next year that all drinking water needs to comply with the 2025 standard. So we haven't, that's an error on my part. Or with the WHO, that stands for the World Health Organization. 2022 guidelines. It's a thick document like this, and that's where South Africa takes its lead from. It's compiled by all experts from around the world, looking at different legislation from around the world and different research that goes on into drinking water and wastewater. One of the Cape Town scientists this year is actually part of the new review for the WHO water treatment guidelines. So kudos to her, and she's from KZN originally. So it meets the requirements of water quality management systems and does not pose a significant risk to the health of the consumer over a lifetime of consumption. The numerical limits are set to be proactive for the most susceptible subpopulations. That means babies, the elderly, and those that cannot care for themselves. It's a lifetime consumption implies the average consumption. Who gets to 2 liters of water a day here? Anybody? Anybody? You don't drink your own water. It's hard to get to 2 liters. Yeah, it is hard to get to 2 liters. I can do about 1.5 of water per day for 70 years. Anybody 70? By a person weighing only 60 kgs. Well, that counts me out. So, so why does SANS matter? It really does matter because we're the first line of protection in public health. You. Look at yourself and say, I am the first line of protection in public health. It starts with me. It's not a nurse and it's not a doctor. It's me. You are important. You are very, very important to South Africa. It helps because, why? It helps prevent waterborne diseases, okay? And the addition of harmful chemicals, bacteria, viruses, and other contaminants that are possibly found in drinking water. It ensures, your job ensures that the water quality is consistent by utilizing SANS. That's why we have this guiding document in South Africa. Do you know that many other countries in Africa, at the moment, I'm chairing the SADC committee for the 16 African countries of SADC, that South Africa is one of the only ones that has their own drinking water standard, and ours is adopted by many other African countries in Africa. That's quite something, South Africa. We always put ourselves down as South Africans. We forget that we have an incredible knowledge base. We have incredible people, and we do know things. We have a lot of knowledge in this country. Okay, SANS 241 and the implementation of that builds public trust. It's lovely when the public trusts you. At least we're not dealing with finance, we're dealing with water. So I don't know, I don't think we can be corrupt with water, can we? I don't know. Oh, I heard a sigh over there. Somebody didn't agree with me. But we shouldn't be, because we're the first line of defense. Okay, it builds public confidence. Don't you want to have confidence when somebody asks, what do you do? And you say, I'm a process controller. I work in the water sector. And they go, oh, that's interesting. Rather than going, okay, well, we'll pass on that conversation and we'll go somewhere else. And you can engage. A lot of people don't actually know what you do. A lot of people don't know what it takes to get one drop in their tap. And you do. It's important. What you do is very important. It's a guide. SANS 241 is a guide for water treatment and monitoring. Okay? It helps municipalities, it helps water boards, it helps what our esteemed colleague had said before, there's small communities that are now setting up their own water treatment systems. It guides them too. The new document includes those as well. So, and it helps with compliance. Okay. It supports and helps with maintaining the environment, and it provides operational accountability. It's something that we all need to improve on, is accountability, is not to be afraid to tell the truth or to do it right. We need to do that, and we need to tell the truth about the water. It protects vulnerable communities, which is very important. There's a lot of communities that actually have people that are much more vulnerable than us, that actually don't have good drinking water. And if they come into the city, they need to have good drinking water. They need to have good drinking water at their home as well. So that's why SANS matters. Your job matters, and it matters very, very much. Okay, so that's the cover of the new standard. But did you know that from public health, which I'm sure you've got that message already, I've repeated it a number of times, that as a process controller, you're the first line of defense in public health. Why, you might ask? Why that? Well, if you're wastewater, the wastewater process controllers, this is where you guys come in here now. High nitrates that are discharged from wastewater works that are not functioning correctly actually are linked to the blue baby syndrome. I'll show you pictures just now. The fact is, those babies can die, they suffocate because of high nitrates. You're the first line of defense in public health. Don't forget that. Hepatitis A. Wastewater guys know about those jawers. They're not pleasant, and you have to have them a couple of times. Okay, SANS 241, an operation of a water treatment plant properly prevents hepatitis A. Typhoid, horrible, really, really nasty, spread very, very easily. Cholera, you're the first line of defense. Dysentery and Giardia. Giardia, if your filters aren't operating properly, if you've got high turbidities, those little critters escape and a baby won't live. You can kill 1,000 people if you don't have chlorine in your water, and you just one Giardia and crypto sneak through, and they just find a little way through. You're the first line of defense. Your job matters, and it matters greatly. Blue baby syndrome. It's horrible. Lots of babies die. We have lots of, unfortunately, there was no green drops awarded in KZN this year. Sad. And I know how challenging it is, and that, but your job matters to prevent blue baby syndrome. That's why nitrates are actually in SANS 241. Okay, typhoid fever, the microbiological. So it's not just micro. SANS deals with chemistry and with micro. Okay, and for those on wastewater works, your works do need to function. Most of the time in South Africa, actually, you're drinking wastewater somewhere down the line. Everybody is somewhere down the line because it's discharged into our rivers. So those at the water treatment plant then also have to pick up. So what's new in SANS 241? What do you need to take note of as a process controller? Like I said, it's a very big document, and sometimes it's very hard to read. And I do have a presentation that can take you through, and with my colleague Kim and another number of others. I think if you're going to WISA this year, there's a long workshop on how that SANS is broken down even more for you to understand. But today I've extracted pieces out of SANS that apply specifically to a process controller. Okay, what do you need to take note of? There's these words, normative and non-normative texts. What does it mean? And that, what does normative mean? It means that it is the norm, that what is normal, and what needs to be applied. And that's legislation. That's normative. It means that you have to comply. You know those words like shall? You shall comply. That's normative. Okay? So brackish water there is a definition. Okay? That's normative. That is what South Africa has defined as brackish water. Okay? And the note underneath that, when you see that in the standard, that's for your information. Okay? Only where you see notes, those are for information. Okay, here in the standard as well, you'll see these new headings. The tables are very, very different. How many of you have actually ever seen the old SANS 2015 document? Please just raise your hand. Okay, quite a few. So you know that the tables in the other one, they were just a long list of tables. This is a long fat list. Those were a long skinny list. This is a long fat list. Why have we changed it? Because we've added additional information and we've included boreholes. Boreholes were never ever included before in the standard. You could do anything. It didn't really matter what kind of water you drank out of a borehole. Nobody really cared. And that's not right. There's lots of borehole schemes now. And boreholes need to comply. You know why? Why do we need to comply? Nitrates and boreholes, bad wastewater systems, systems that are boreholes that are contaminated, nitrates, that's a problem. Typhoid, that's a problem in boreholes. Okay, this piece here, additional information. I wish you all had a standard in front of you, but I think that was a little bit too much money. So we'll put something together. I don't think they would have let me print for all of you. This column 7 is additional information. What we've done in that column is we've put additional information in there as to why do you do this parameter. It's not called a determinant anymore, it's called a parameter. That's a new international wording. So that's additional information. That is not normative. You are not legislated against column 7. You are legislated against column 4. So, yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are normative. That is legislation. Okay, underneath the tables, table 3, though there's a whole set of tables, 3, 4, and 5, they tell you about monitoring. And those tables are also normative, but the points underneath them, you'll see they've got little A's, they've got superscripts A, B, C, and D. Those are legislated against. So that's what those parts in the standard mean. Oh, I suppose I could actually, I forgot, I have a pointer. I'm not quite sure how to use it. There we go. So you'll see there. I wasn't sure if my hand would be steady enough. So that's all what you can be legislated against underneath, and that's information to help you. Because often you'd wonder, oh, why have they put that in there? And that's why we've put it in there now. Now you don't have to wonder, you can read it. Okay. Water treatment chemicals, wastewater treatment chemicals. Any chemical that is used in water is legislated against. So for water treatment chemicals in South Africa, they have to comply with an SABS standard or the international, what they call NSF standard. But there's a list of water treatment chemicals, and the SABS also has standards for these water treatment chemicals. This is something that you know, bentonite, lime, chlorine, all your polys, alum, ferric chloride, potassium permanganate even has a standard. Be aware of them. Ask for them to be printed or the information to be made available to you. At uMngeni, there's no excuse. The SANS standards are actually on the intranet. You just log in under standards, you type in what you want, and out comes a standard, because uMngeni pays to be part of the SABS library. So for uMngeni guys, there's no excuse for not looking at any standard. You can get there, any standard, even if it's about a part in your car, you can get it on there. It's not limited just to the water standards. Okay, so now these are new parameters. These ones, because reuse is becoming more and more in South Africa, we need to start talking reuse and talking reuse in standards, but it was very, very difficult to bring, and it is covered in here. But these are parameters of concern. It's to do with your pharmaceuticals, and for those that drop their antibiotics down the loo and drop other chemicals and pills, even a Panado, coffee, all the coffee drinkers, caffeine, you know we can pick that up in your drinking water. You don't need to buy coffee, it's in your drinking water. You could save a lot of money. Caffeine tells us that, all around the world, there's a whole lot of people that have to survive on caffeine. But we pick it up because it goes into the wastewater. We pick a lot of caffeine up in the wastewater, and it's one of those ones that discharges and it travels through the water system. Maybe we're going to have sort of like fish on steroids or crabs that run faster or something because of the amount of caffeine that we find. Antibiotics, painkillers, other drugs we can find. ARVs, we're picking those up now. So we've put a table in. It's not normative, which means it cannot be legislated against right now. And these might change going into the new standard, but they're there. They're just a flag saying, hey, we need to start taking note of these things. That's why your jobs matter. Some of these things actually go out in sludges, but then they go into the soil. So that's for another story. Okay, risk base. This is why your jobs matter. I'm sure most of you have a child or children or grandchildren, but this is why it matters. It matters for our children. They are vulnerable. If this little person drinks one drop of water with Giardia in, they will either be in hospital for a very long time or dead. That's it. There's no in between. They're going to be very sick. Most little children do not survive that. So that's why your jobs matter. That's why it matters to have a good look at your sand filters. That's why it matters that you actually dose chemicals properly. It matters why you pre-chlorinate. It matters why you post-chlorinate. Your jobs matter greatly. Okay, risk. This is the new buzzword for every section. I think the world goes through buzzwords at times, but this is the first time in this standard. It has been coming slowly, but this standard is totally risk-based. Everybody in your organizations, you have a risk department, right? Everybody has one, okay? And you have to report on risks. You have risks at home. We have risks even getting here. There's hazards on the highway getting here. Our whole lives revolve around risk. Those of you that are, all of you present in the room, do you know that you can actually be part of your water safety plans? Are you part of your water safety plans? And you put up your hand. Who's participated in a water safety plan? Oh, quite a few. I'm impressed. Well done. Keep going. Please participate in your water safety planning, because this standard relies on that water safety plan. That's where you define your risks. In wastewater, you've got RAPs. Who participates in doing the RAPs? You can participate in both. Yes, I see that hand. Only one. Sure, come on, and you guys need to get there. Wastewater, please. You really, really need to get involved. Just because you think, I'm just a process controller. No, I'm not just a process controller. My job is important. You have a voice. You have a voice that actually you see things. You know, when I teach guys about wastewater, I always say that you can use your 5 senses, but in wastewater, the one thing you don't do is taste it. Doesn't taste very nice. It's salty. That's from experience. Tastes awful, and 5 days in hospital. But in water, you can use all 5 senses. You can walk your plants. When you have passion and you walk out there, you know that doesn't look right. That sand filter doesn't look right. That thing is not operating. That pump has got a funny noise. See, your ears. Didn't have to see it. Your ears tell you. Wastewater, you can tell by the color of the wastewater that's coming in, the influence. You know, some of my colleagues are laughing because I always tell them, you know, that a wastewater activated sludge plant that needs to look like Lindt chocolate. You'll never look at Lindt the same way again. It must be smooth. Activated sludge must be smooth, and it smells nice. You see, I know what I'm talking. Good activated sludge smells nice. And when it smells nice, then me down at the water treatment plant, then I'm getting a good final effluent from your wastewater treatment plant, which means that I use less chemicals down the line to achieve SANS 241. So guys, I know SANS 241 applies indirectly to the wastewater operators, but it's important for compliance on water. You know, Durban, you do drink Maritzburg's waste. You do know that. That's why I live in Maritzburg. And that, you must always make sure when you buy a house, look at where the wastewater treatment plants are and then your water treatment plants. Then you decide on where you're going to live. But wastewater guys, you have a direct input into SANS 241 as well. Yours is indirect. So your activated sludge and your plant needs to smell nice. When it smells nice, you're doing a good job. When somebody walks onto a wastewater works and they go, oh, no, you know, something's not right. But when it smells nice, it's got an earthy smell, you're doing a really, really good job. But remember, don't taste it. On the water side, you can taste, no problem. Do you know that even in South Africa is one of the countries I've just attended in Pretoria. We had 39 countries looking at the TC 147, we all do water quality, and we will all do standards for our country. How many countries you cannot drink the tap water in? Yes, I know we have provinces and places where you can't in South Africa. I'm not blind to that. But the fact is, in South Africa, in most of our places, in the big cities, you can open the tap and you can drink the water. We need to be proud of ourselves for that. Not many places in the world can do that. And I was sitting next to a lady in India. In India, you don't drink the water. And yet they have vigorous standards, but they still can't always drink the water from the tap. Yeah, I know, see, some guys are looking at their phones. I was given an hour. I thought, Joe, how can I talk for an hour? I can. I'm passionate. After the first 5 minutes up here, it's not so scary then. Then I just realized we're all the same. It's just that I have the job to deliver this. Okay, so risk. Please participate in your water safety plans. Please participate in your RAPs. You have a voice. Your voice is important. Your voice is important because it highlights things that you've seen, that you've smelt, that you've heard, that you've tasted, only in water. Okay. You can highlight things that you know your raw water. Okay? Yes, there's water quality scientists, and we know those. We can have a look at the data, and we can say it does this and this and this, and they have a very good and important job to do. But they're not the ones that see it every day. You physically see your raw water every day. If you're doing a jar test, You see it every single solitary day. Yes, I can do jar tests. I've done lots of them. Do you know that a jar test is actually quite difficult to do? You can't get it right on your first go. Normally it takes people about 10 to 15 goes to get a good jar test, reproducible jar test going, especially if you've got low turbidity water. And then when you don't beat the optimum dose, you've got to start again. And that. But jar tests are important. Please do them. They are very important. You get to touch your raw water. You get to pour it. You're the guys that see it. You can smell if there's something funky in your raw water. Okay? Please do it. You're the guys that can input into that risk monitoring program that we develop out of SANS 241. Please do them. Please say what you see and smell and hear. Okay, so some of the risks apply to all the systems. Disinfection, big one. It's very hard sometimes. And sometimes we overdose. Sometimes we don't have gas chlorine because it hasn't arrived and we've got to use HTH, but do it. And that sometimes we have to put floaters in, but please chlorinate. It's important. Remember, you're the first line of defense in public health. That's our job. Okay. So in order for the risk management now, we're saying in the new SANS that actually you have to do this twice a year. The full SANS complement has to be done twice a year. And if there are additional parameters that you've picked up because it's not on the list, or you know something, or you've observed something, please say it. Because it means that the guys that are setting up your program and doing your risk profile can actually check it out for you. If you've noticed something about your water treatment chemical, it looks funny, it doesn't look like it normally looks, or the COAs don't look right to you, and that, say something. Your voice matters, and because we can check those. And your risk assessment is done twice in a year. If you don't pick up something, if in your raw water you pick up something and then you don't pick it up in your final water, then we're saying that's really good because then your system is actually dealing with it. But if it's not and it's pulling through into your final water, then we need to look at the unit processes. It guides you as to where something can be wrong. Okay. Risk analysis. It's taken from table 2 in the standard. Like I said, it's very difficult. If I was that tech savvy, I could have had a standard on one side and then the slides on the other side. I didn't think about that before. Okay. In your catchment, all of us either live in the areas that we work in most of the time, and that if you notice something in your catchment and you're doing your water safety plan, say so. Somebody might have picked up and started a new business, or there might be a new factory that's moved into your catchment area and nobody said anything and the water quality changes, or the effluent coming, or your raw influent on a wastewater works changes color, say so. Could be something in the catchment that's actually gone wrong. Please identify it. Okay, so it's important for you to participate. Raw water and final water. Okay, as I've said before, it's conducted twice a year. And then in your distribution network, this doesn't apply to you because this becomes a municipal problem, that in your distribution network, sample points have to be identified. And if there is a problem picked up there, guess what? As a process controller, that's not your problem because your final water complied. that becomes a municipal problem from the distribution system. You need to know for yourself that where you sell your water to, at that point, that you know that you know that you know that you know that you've done a good job, and that I'm proud and I'm passionate because my final water complied. If it didn't comply when it got to somebody's tap, then we speak to the municipal officials because that's where they step in. But when it leaves your plant and you know from your final water quality, that's why monitoring is very critical. You can be proud of what you've done. Borehole systems, they're also included now, which is important. We've included things like arsenic. You might ask, why arsenic? It's not like we're trying to poison anybody, but arsenic's actually natural. Did you know that cabbages contain a lot of arsenic? We like cabbages. Arsenic's in our environment, and it leaches into the water at times. And some boreholes, even though they're absolutely pristine and beautiful, their arsenic can be quite high. It also comes from the soil. So iron manganese, I think a lot of us as process controllers sigh at the thought of, iron and manganese, that's lots of extra work. That means we have to add more chlorine, it means we have to add more potassium permanganate, and. So yeah, iron and manganese give us a few problems, but we need to be aware of those. Those are things that are highlighted for boreholes as well. Right. I think I've said most of those. Parameters. Okay, is the new word for determinants. All the oldies here would know that your previous version of SANS, it was a determinant. They've changed it to parameters now. That nice creepy thing in the corner now, that's E. coli, Erisheria E. coli. That's what you disinfect so that we don't get dysentery, that we don't get diarrhea. And that pH, please guys, pH is important. It's very important. Everybody goes, it's just pH. It's not just pH. pH drives your chemical reactions. It drives your disinfection to make sure that it actually is effective. Do you know that if you have a low pH and you can be adding the right amount of chlorine, you can still get E. coli that goes through? Because you're not in the disinfection band. pH is critical. It's not just, it's pH. pH is critical to, or whether it's water or wastewater, it's critical for reactions. If the pH is not right, your reactions don't happen. Okay, you'll see on here parameters in this table, and you'll see a little cross. Let's see if I can get the laser up there. There, that little cross, there and there. These are, they just give you extra information, okay, as to why that we are doing this. Like intestinal enterococci, we're only doing this on brackish water. It's only seen, well, it is seen in other waters, but it's predominantly seen in brackish water, okay? And with conductivities that are actually quite high, 140 microsiemens per meter. That's actually in the Cape. You'll see a lot of that in boreholes and that in the Cape. Okay, that saline turbidity, that conductivity. Okay, so we add it to the E. coli. You'll see here, this one, protozoa parasites. Okay, do you know that you can be the first line of defense besides chlorine to actually inactivate? Well, actually, chlorine doesn't inactivate Giardia and crypto. Do you know how you catch it? You make sure that your turbidities on your plant is between the 0.2, 0.3 range NTU. Instead of striving for, because you do know that now it's not 4 NTU, hey? Your turbidities can't go out at 4 for water treatment plants. It's 1. And if you're striving for 1, maybe just strive for 0.5, but if you know that you're in an area where you've got sewage contamination, strive for 0.2 to 0.3, because you know you'll catch crypto and giardia. See, turbidity is important, very, very important as pH. Okay, treatment chemicals. Why are they here? Table 1, it's in your mandatory risk parameters. In South Africa, there's actually no legislation that actually tells you what the composition of your treatment chemicals. There are standards for them, but nowhere in legislation does it actually say that they shall comply with this, only in SANS 241. So we monitor backwards, utilizing the standard. Your treatment chemicals, if you're getting them from a backyard supplier, please stop. If they're being manufactured in somebody's garage, please don't buy them. Because you can contaminate your own water that you are producing. So why do we have them here in the standard? Well, aluminium for one. A large part of your water treatment, your polymers, some of them are aluminium blends, okay? So if you're overdosing, it'll either be because you've got high turbidity, okay, you'll get aluminium because there's a lot of aluminium in soil, it's naturally occurring, okay, or we know that you're overdosing your poly that has aluminium in it, and you'll elevate your aluminium results, or you're overdosing alum. It's very easy to overdose alum or your polys, because I know process controllers, you like to see flock. If I can't see flock, it's not working. There's no flock, it's not working. You don't always have to see flock. You can see little tiny weeny pinprick flocks. But no, I will add it until I see a flock. And then you've got this nice curve that goes like that, and then all of a sudden you're up like that. You haven't worked in that nice band that you've actually got, where you've got maybe an A-size flock. Those less than A flocks, they're still friendly. You'll still get compliant water. They will sink eventually. They just need to get a little bit closer to some other flocks. And then they combine and then they sink nicely. Don't be afraid of there being no flock. You will still comply with turbidity. Just try it. You know, don't radically, if somebody says to you, okay, you're dosing at 50 milligrams per liter aluminium sulfate, and you actually need to dose at 20. This applies to the wastewater guys too, but you're looking at removal of phosphates and things like that. But for the water guys, okay, if somebody asks you to take your dose down, don't go, well, it was 50 and now I'm going to go to 20. You know, the whole plant goes into shock. I mean, it's like me taking an antibiotic and the doctor says, well, you can take 500, okay, and I give myself 1,500. My body is going to go into shock. Your plant will go into, do it little bit, many bits at a time. Take it down 5 ppm at a time, 5 ppm at a time, so that your aluminium's not out of range. Also, here, with your this is pH and lime as well. You know, don't just keep adding and adding. Watch your pH. You might have to adjust it because your pH is varying. And that those of you that are run-of-river and when we have heavy rain, problem. Anyway, mandatory risk parameters. There's some changes. Okay, there was a change 1. We've included that intestinal enterococcus. Wrong one, back. Okay, we've included that one. That's change 1. Change 2, okay, we have now added to your disinfection byproducts. So THMs were the big buzzword a long time ago. They still are, they're still relevant. Okay, but we've added bromate, chlorite, chlorate. Why? Because there's OSEC plants. You're making your own chlorine on site. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good. OSEC is not a problem, but it's made from salt. Where does salt come from? The sea. There's bromine in the sea. And sometimes if you make your OSEC and you store it, so you make your chlorine and you store that solution, that salt solution, if that brine stands, it separates out, and sometimes you end up with bromine in your water. You don't want that because that becomes bromate, which is then toxic. Also, guys are using chlorine dioxide now. Nothing wrong with that. Like chlorine dioxide, because there's new ways of developing it and it's a very good disinfection. So is OSEC. It's not a problem, but we had to include those in the standard. Okay, the other change is operational. Here you'll see for your chlorine residuals. Okay, so it's operational for finer water. It's greater than or less than. You must have a residual, 0.5. And for your distribution network, it must be greater than or equal to 0.1. Change 5 was related to turbidity. Big change. Big change here. Okay. Right. Less than 1. From 5 to less than 1. Big change. Total dissolved solids, we still see them as conductivity. Okay, so I've told you about the bromate, and that, I forgot I had done these in sequence, and that, so, yeah, if you're using OSEC, great, but just be aware, you need to get some test kits that can, I think HAC does, Merck has them, Hannah, that you can monitor those on your systems. Okay. Right, these are ones that you won't be measuring for, benzene, atrazine, DDT, and that, but they are included in the standard. They're new parameters. Okay. And this applies to operational staff here. You'll see with the iron and manganese. Okay. The changes, we don't have 2 values anymore. We only have the ascetic value, which relates to operational staff. Okay, not the acute health, because the operational one was less than acute health. So we're only keeping 1. Because you know what happened? Some guys will just say, oh, well, it's only ascetic. The acute health says 5.5. So we can be fine. No, can't be fine with that. You're going to get like brown rings and black precipitate. Somebody's laundry will go black. They won't like you if you've got manganese in your final water there. So that's a big change in SANS. Operational impacts. Here, this is what you all want to know. How does it affect me? Here. Okay, conductivity on your raw water, daily. On your final water, daily. pH, daily. Final water, once per shift. The shift is defined as 8 hours. Okay, so if you've got 2 8-hour shifts, you have to have 2 readings for pH. You have to have 2 readings on your final water for turbidity. Disinfection, okay, once per shift. So if you have 2 8-hour shifts, again, 2 readings. 2 readings. So, and this is mandatory. This is not if you want to or whatever. This is normative, and that this is mandatory. And those records are important. Record keeping. Why do we keep records? I like to keep a record of my bank balance because I know how much I can spend. I like to keep a record of my husband's bank balance too. That's more important. I like to have records of what my children are spending. We all keep records. We all like to have records of some things. We keep records in many, many different ways, but operational records, please, guys, they are critical. Remember, you're the first line of defense, and these records are important. They are very, very important in protecting public health. Okay, they're also important in ensuring regulatory compliance. Very, very, very important. There, whoops, wrong one. Okay. You all know Blue Drop, Green Drop, they've been around for a while. We need these records. You can write them on paper. You can have, there's nothing wrong with paper records. You can have them electronically. We have some of them electronically. Most places have SAP now. Most government institutions have SAP. Okay, you can talk to us. We devised a table, ZQMIPR, if I stand to be corrected, when we implemented SAP, because we found it difficult. And so we have a nice Excel spreadsheet that we actually add our results to. So those are also records up there of your treatment chemicals. So how much you're using, how much you're dosing, how much you're buying, because sometimes what you're dosing and what you're buying don't add up. And we need records of that. Records are vitally important. You can have records that look like this. This is taken from one of our shift logs. And here's a better picture. It's an early warning system. If you're looking at your records, don't just write your record in and go, oh, well, I've done my one. Have a look at what the person before you wrote or the guy that was on shift before you. When you hand over a shift, have a look at those records and say, hey, dude, I'm holding you accountable. We're the first line of defense here. We need this. So it's just a bigger picture of your record. Okay, now that I've terrorized you for the last 30 minutes, and that there is an interactive, you all have cell phones? Okay, there is an interactive, please take out your cell phones. Bet you didn't think I was going to ask you to do that. Would you like me to stop him, Bobby? So if you can get out your cell phones. Chris, yeah, if you can put the first one up for me, please. We don't know if this is going to work because there was, the internet is quite spotty in this room. But if we haven't, and if it's not going to come up, then you're reprieved. I had a scenario for you for, oh, there we go. Okay, well, we're doing this one first. Okay, can you scan the QR code, please, and add in the code 55321668. Oh, cool, it's working. It's the first time I've tried this. Okay, remember, nobody knows who you are. Okay, when you've joined. Nobody knows who you are. So, you can add your comments. You tech-savvy guys over there, I don't know if you have to press down on this to see the next questions or... So this says, as experienced operators response to actions for heavy rain and a dam-fed supply, an extreme incoming turbidity at a 50 megaliter plant. Okay, so I think it's giving you the answers. I got lots of thumbs up. It's supposed to start. I haven't got my cell phone because my cell phone's running this. Okay. All right, well, let's go to the next one. It's the first time I've tried this. Okay, so scenario 1, we have a heavy rainstorm on a medium dam. Okay, this hasn't done it right, but anyway. Okay, this was meant for you to put up the answers, and then it would flash up the answers for you. But it doesn't matter. I tried it. So if you have I love all the thumbs up, I'm really encouraged. I'll try this again next time and maybe get it right. Because I did it this way because I thought it would be very difficult to run around with a microphone and ask you for your comments. So what's supposed to happen is that you get the scenario and you type in your answers as to what to do, and they're supposed to, oh, that's another one. That's a different one. You can run this one, but wait, we're still on Menti, so it doesn't matter. Okay, well, I tried, and I'm terribly sorry that it didn't work. There is another one. You can try that other one, the Weybridge, Chris. Thank you very much. Okay, say, please start live session. If the internet's not working. Anyway, okay, this was actually, it's fine, Chris, don't worry about it. You can just log out. Anyway, these were just questions to find out if you actually had listened to me. But I want to thank you for your attention. I said to them, I'm not too fazed if this doesn't work. And there we go. But I really want to thank you for listening. And I know that I gave you a lot of legislative bump. But it's important. It's important for you to know about the standard. It's important for you to know that actually, I think, and I've worked with process controllers for nearly 40 years, and I'm on my way out now. So in my retirement, I would like to know that I can still drink the water because I trust you, and I know that there will be passionate people that are there that actually really, really, really want South Africa to be one of the leading countries in Africa and the world where we can, with confidence, say that I can drink my water from the tap. And please don't think that just because you're a process controller, don't ever think like that, not just because. I am. Say, I am. I am a process controller. Be proud of who you are. You're important. Everybody is important, but you're important. Remember that you're the first line of defense in public health, and that your observations, your actions, your records, your job means a lot to every South African and every product that's actually produced. Did you know that like Coca-Cola needs water of SANS 241 quality? So does Kellogg's, so does Toyota, so does VW. Every production house requires good quality drinking water for production. Every household requires it in order for us to actually keep our families safe. So I commend you. I thank you for listening. I know it was a bit more technical and that, but you can be involved in the development of the standard. The standard is not, you have subgroups which are your experts, okay? I'm not an expert, but I chair the committee. The committee is made up of ordinary South Africans that come together, that information is fed back from the expert groups, and the committees, SALGA, universities, industries, process controllers, scientists, anybody, engineers, anybody can participate. Your GRAN can participate and be part of the group that actually develops the standard for South Africa. Okay, don't just say, well, I'm just a process controller. I will give Mbali and them the information and that. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was well informative, and thank you to Deborah for such information. I would allow my colleague to say something.
Process controllers, you are important. That's what Miss Debbie Trolip was also stressing that you are important, you are entrusted with people's life in ensuring that the water you produce is safe for public health. So SANS 241, it's also there to help you maintain the water treatment standards that are in the right quality and safe for people to drink. We would like to let Mbali, we're almost there for a tea break, but before that, we'd like to ask Mrs. Mbali Sibia to come forward, just to introduce us to our ambassadors for the event, people who have been behind the scenes of this successful event. Can we please give a round of applause while she's coming up?
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Thiwe ayeye process controllers ayeye. Hawani down kanje namhlanje it's a day of celebration. Namhlanje sa celebrate ama process controllers angithi we getting awards namhlanje sizobungaza namhlanje. So usuku la namhlanje lungathi. So fanele sithi usukujabula kancane. Mhlawumbe sesikushaya ingoma. Ngiqala. Nizoyinqaka? Nizoyinqaka? Okay. Asini. Sini leyo mase ngicula kuseni. Sithi awu halalala. Okay. Isho njalo. Sithi halala. Sithi halalala. Sithi halalala. Sithi Sithi halalala. Halalala. Sithi halala. Awusalalisa still phansi. Asphinde futhi. Asphinde futhi. Sithi halalala. Halalala. Sithi halala. Sithi halalala. Sithi halalala. Sithi halala. Sithi halalala. Halalala. Sithi halala. Awu ngiyabonga. No, bese kufanele ngiphinde ngiyigigizele mina futhi. Siyabonga kakhulu, thank you so much colleagues. Bengifuna ukuphinda futhi namhlanje ngiwathula ama ambassadors because some of them were not here izolo. So namhlanje sizobona abanye kodwa nje I want to make sure ukuthi by the time sihamba la ama ambassadors ethu onke siyawazi and we are very familiar with them. I had shared izolo ukuthi ama ambassadors were selected from all of the sites within uMngeni-uThukela water ukuthi kube yibona abazosilekelela to drive regulation 3613 ne-compliance yawo so that we have a peer-to-peer knowledge transfer. Kube khona abantu esinabo emasayithini esizokwazi ukubabuza about this regulation, how to comply, kufunakalani, and yonke ke communication esazoqhubeka yenzeka mhlambe about the trainings that are coming up, ama workshop that are coming up. So we're going to meet them again today. Please bear with me, colleagues. Abanye babo, they are not here, but they will be represented by their colleagues. Ngiyacela uLindo Kuhle Dagile, please come up to the stage, colleagues. UNontuthuko Ngcobo, uHlengiwe Hadebe, Ziyanda Ndlovu, Zomnotho Ngcobo, Xolile Makhawula, Thabani Ngidi, Nosipho Zulu, Siyabonga Kumete, Nomfundo Mlambo, Ntombi Mngomezulu, Lindiwe Shandu, Phumelele Ndlovu, Bonkosi Ndwandwe, Silindo Kuhle Zwane, Nomkhosi Khumalo. Awucani bashayela ihlombe. Nibakikizele, nibashayela ama-flate. So these are all your ambassadors, colleagues that were nominated from your sides. They will be, they've dedicated themselves and they have also volunteered. Uguti, they are going to drive this thing, air regulation, until we understand it, until we are on track. So they're going to be helping you on site. Babuza ama question. Meguti in your site, ambassador and Chaisan, buze lo munye wakwenye site. And that's why we are introducing them today, so that you know who they are and you can approach them openly. Please give them another round of applause, colleagues. Thank you. Yaba.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program has come to an end. Actually, our first session for now. We'll go to tea break for 15 minutes. 15 minutes o'clock. The time now it's 11:33. That means 11:45. We're back here. Thank you.
Ms. Tembisi Tole, can you please come forward? Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way in so that we can start. We want to save time for everybody.
Uyambona? Welcome back, everyone. Let's be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, on our session 2 for the event. Can we please sit down so that we can start? Thank you. As we begin our program for day 2 of our event, I will also like to invite everyone who's here. That's after the session we have award ceremony. Everyone is welcome. So please nibe khona, nimenyiwe. As our day 2, it says recognition, innovation, and awards. So those awards will start at 6 p.m. today, same venue. Thank you. As we start our program, can we please ask Ms. Tembi Sithole, Operations Manager from uMngeni Municipality, to come forward.
Sanibonani. As introduced, igama lami nguThembi Sithole. Ngisebenza as Operations Manager from the city of uMhlathuze Municipality. I would like to firstly share greatest gratitude to uMngeni-uThukela Water, as well as WISA and other stakeholders for arranging such a vibrant, informative information sharing session with our process controllers throughout KZN. It is with greatest hope that this session of appreciation to our process controllers will not be the last one. However, will be the beginning of the platform where water service authorities share their challenges, their wins, and share all the information that is useful and relevant to all of us as a collective. Once again, one will also hope that this session will encourage and motivate our process controllers to be more creative and more innovative instead of just carrying routine tasks that they carry on a shift-to-shift basis. I was very excited when I received the invite, because basically it was inviting people that are very close to my heart. Most of us started by being process controllers before we could even be called managers. As we are well aware that our water treatment and wastewater treatment systems are operating on a 24-hourly basis and 365 days a year, so that means they have to be somebody, or somebody has to be there taking care of things throughout those 24 hours to ensure that the water quality that we are producing meets the required SENS 241 standard. And for all of this to be a success, our process controllers are the core, or are the centerpieces of our water and our wastewater treatment systems. We are here to say your work is recognized, and it is very crucial and is very important. It's not about just from one shift to the next, but it's changing people's lives for our communities, and it's giving protection and ensuring that the water that we are supplying is safe and it meets the required standard. So your contribution and your commitment and your work is very important. So I would like to encourage you to keeping on and ensuring that you learn as much as you possibly could from different people that are in this conference. Share the information, share your wins, as well as share your challenges, so that we can assist each other moving forward. Well, with changing times and changes that we're having in our place and in our globe as a whole, as a result of a climate change, water sector is also not spared in having to adapt with climate change. I would then like to take this opportunity and call in my team members that will form part of the panel in discussion of adapting or adaptation to climate change with the process controllers. The people that will be assisting me in discussions this morning will be uSisfuthi Vilakazi from uMngeni-uThukela. Ngicela simshayele njalo. Thank you. Kubo uSisinomvula Nesamari from eThekwini Municipality, Water and Sanitation. uNontuthuko Ncebo noma uFezeka Gambu from uMngeni-uThukela. Please come through, ladies. Thank you. Siyabonga kakhulu. As mentioned, a topic here too that we are going to discuss is that of adaptation to the climate change and what we can do or what we are doing or our contribution to ensure that we keep producing the water and supplying water to our consumers as process controllers. I will just give a little bit of a background on the key strategies that we can employ, and most of our municipalities are already employing that are a result of the climate change that we've been experiencing for the past couple of years. These strategies include diversifying water sources. When we say diversifying water sources, we mean we're not only going to be dependent on the river as our abstraction point, but we're going to have a second option, which will be the lake, maybe. Or we will have the boreholes, maybe, where we will be getting our raw water. I am reminded when I was working for uMngeni-uThukela municipality in a water treatment plant called Umtubatuba Water Treatment Works. We used to pump water there from Mfolozi River. During drought, that river will get completely dry. You won't get a drop of water from that river. However, there were boreholes that were drilled along the river bed. So we were using those boreholes to pump water from that abstraction point. Obviously, because now you're using borehole water, your treatment technologies will have to change. That water was high in manganese and iron, so we had to put that into consideration, that the treatment that we'll have to now employ is different from the normal surface water that we had. So when we're talking about diversifying the sources of water that we are employing when we're having, or since we are having this problem with climate change, we're looking at such things. We cannot get water from the river, let's get water from the boreholes, because we know that water is life. We cannot live without water. There are other things over and above that we are doing as municipalities on a daily basis. We have implemented restricted supply or alternation of supply between different areas. That is not just because we want to supply this area and not supply the other areas, but the fact is we don't have enough water on our systems. That's why we're ending up saying on this day we will supply area A and that day we will supply area B. So it's part of the strategies that we are employing to ensure that at least we do give a little bit of water in that specific time for our people, because we know we cannot live without water. So during this diversification of water resources, the process controllers are expected to understand all this system. You should understand that when we're using our raw water pump, or we're pumping using or pumping from the surface, it will be different from pumping from the borehole. We understand that the boreholes, they have that yield allowance. We cannot pump them for 24 hours. You have to give them time to rest. So as a process controller, you should be able to interchange from one abstraction system to the next abstraction system. The next strategy that is employed is that of ensuring that the infrastructure is resilient to climate change. As I have said, ensuring that your abstraction points are strong. I remember, I'll keep using uMngeni-uThukela because it's one area where I had live experience of not having no water completely. I remember we were called for this meeting by the municipality, and we were told that we need to come up with strategy to see how are we going to sort out our water problems since we do not have water in the river. The meeting was planned, I think it was Monday, the meeting was planned for Wednesday. It rained so hard on Tuesday. And all the pumps on the abstraction point were taken. So instead of going and discussing the fact that we don't have water, now we have too much water, but we don't have raw water pumps. So that's exactly what the strategies that you employ when you're dealing with climate change, you have to look at. You have to look at all possibilities. You could be in drought now, and 2 days down the line, the river is flooding, and you don't have your equipment or your infrastructure to pump the water. Anyways, the next one is advanced treatment technologies. The implementation of the advanced treatment technologies to ensure that when you have high turbidities, when you have pathogens in your water, you are able to treat that and reach the required standards. And also, there's also digitalization, which was discussed yesterday, so installation of sensors on specific areas, for example. I don't know whether we still have these on our water treatment works, but we used to have sensors that will tell you that your turbidity has increased. Online meters that will tell you your turbidity has increased and now you need to increase your chemical dosage. And then lastly, we have catchment management. While talking about catchment management, ensuring that our catchment is clean and our catchment is taken care of and all is going well in that regard, I would like to take this opportunity and call Ms. Futhi Vilagazi. I wanted to mention correctly, Ms. Futhi Vilagazi, to come in and tell us a bit on the impact of the climate change and the catchment management that uMngeni-uThukela water is dealing with. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Kuyintokozo kakhulu for me ukuthi ngibe lana. Ngiyajabula kakhulu ukuthi ngizobungaza kanye nani usuku lenu. It has been said many a times ukuthi you guys are very important. You are the backbone of water supply, and I have been asked to come and share my 2 cents in the supporting role that I play. I come from uMngeni-uThukela Water Catchment Management Department, which is a supporting role to operations. And our role is actually to improve raw water that you are treating due to the challenges that you have been experiencing. But over and above that, the changes in our climate are also affecting the availability of water as well as water quality. So mine is to come and just share a bit in terms of what are some of the impacts and what are some of the strategies that uMngeni-uThukela Water is currently considering. So many of you who are here have heard about climate change, but may not necessarily know what it really means. But what it essentially means, there is climate change that is happening naturally, and there is climate change that is happening due to human impacts. Through those impacts that cause carbon emissions, and those carbon emissions have resulted to increased temperatures, and those increased temperatures affect the water cycle. So what you see on that screen is what has been happening over the years from the 1800s, 1950s, when the Industrial Revolution started. When you see on the graph on the left-hand side, where you've got the red bars, when they started, it was in the 1950s, when the Industrial Revolution started, of which the Industrial Revolution included the use of a lot of carbon emissions, or resulted into the emissions of carbon. And through the emissions of that carbon, we saw our temperatures increase. So that's what has been affecting our climate. And how really does the climate affect, how does really the carbon emissions and temperatures affect our climate? It's through the water cycle. We know how we're getting our water. There is sunlight that provides the temperature, solar radiation that is then causes evaporation in our oceans and rivers, and there's condensation in the atmosphere, and then there's precipitation and rainfall. That cycle that brings rainfall and runoff is affected by those increased temperatures, and then causes the changes that we see in climate. So I hope now you understand what climate change is. Okay, so now moving on to the fact that as much as we need to worry about climate change, we need to worry more about the water management challenges that we've got. We've got serious raw water challenges. Most of you will attest to that. The type of water that you have to treat is of very poor quality. And in the recent years, you have had to use a lot of chemicals to treat it because of the poor water quality. So the climate change will be adding on the existing challenges, and it would enhance them and exacerbate them. They will get worse because of climate change. But if we can control these challenges, we can deal with climate change. So right now I'm showing a slide in most of our rivers and dams that we operate in as uMngeni-uThukela Water. The status of water quality is already dire, it's poor. Looking at Albert Falls Dam, Nagel Dam, Inanda Dam, Midma Dam, the first three dams, we are currently experiencing algal blooms ever since 2024. Some of the process controllers who are here from Durban Hearts would know, and from Wiggins would know. They have been dealing with the worst type of water quality, which has increased their operational challenges and their treatment cost. And it is due to the challenges that we see in our catchments, where we see a lot of pollution coming from poorly maintained soil infrastructure, agricultural runoff, many factors, but the top factor at the moment, especially in our upstream dams, is poor water and it's poor sanitation services, especially with poorly maintained soil infrastructure, where there is raw sewage that is being discharged into our rivers due to the infrastructure failures, surcharging manholes, pump stations that are failing, and agricultural runoff. They're using fertilizers, they're using herbicides and pesticides. All of that gets to be released during heavy rainfalls or during rainfall periods into our rivers. And some of the pictures that I've included, it's showing what is currently affecting Nagel, Midma, and Albert Falls. In our upstream catchments, we've got infrastructure from different municipalities that are operating pump stations. There are pump station failures almost on a daily basis. Even if it's fixed, it will continue to overflow in the next coming weeks because of the overload in those pump stations. The surcharging manholes, they are always overflowing on a daily basis because of increased demand, but also because of our communities, they do dispose foreign material into our infrastructure that cause blockages and causes these overflows. So even if you fix it today, next week it's probably going to overflow again because of those behavioral issues, but also due to a demand that has increased. Most of our infrastructure was developed back in the 1990s and has not been upgraded. Those are the existing challenges. They affect various dams. These are some of them agricultural issues, and same for Inanda Dam. They are also coming from pollution that is coming from poorly maintained soil infrastructure, agriculture, sand mining, solid waste. Those are existing issues. So I wanted to try and build onto that. We've got existing challenges. So to think about climate change, we need to first think about these challenges that would be enhanced. Why? Because climate change is bringing in even floods and droughts, which we've already seen. We've seen floods and droughts in the past, but the projected impacts of climate change or the climate projections indicates that we are likely going to get even more intense floods and more intense droughts. And different areas will experience different scenarios. You'll get areas which will get more floods, and you'll get areas which will get more droughts. And KZN, particularly, will be affected by more floods. There will be cases where there will be droughts, but more floods. And we saw the floods of April 2022, the impact of what it did, and therefore we need to expect even more of those floods. Even though those floods were not really as a result of climate change alone, it was mostly also in terms of spatial planning, people being located in the wrong areas, and our infrastructure being exposed, and the rockfalls and the landslides, but climate change and heavy rainfall exacerbated that issue. That is what we are looking to also into the future. We are likely going to get more because our temperatures are increasing, our carbon emissions are increasing. We have not really lowered our carbon emissions. So the projections are showing that it's likely going to get worse if we do not do anything. So now, moving into what will happen onto our water quality, in addition to what we are already experiencing. So with the increased temperatures, plus the water management challenges that we are getting, I've already highlighted the issues of algal blooms. How are we doing in our operations, our operational processes? Have we adapted them to deal with these issues of algal blooms? Because we are likely going to see more. In my map, I spoke about Albert Falls, Nagel, Inanda, Midma, but many other dams, Mvujane, Hazelmere, they are experiencing similar. And Lake Nzezi at Mhlathuze is experiencing similar. And some of you who are operating from runoff river obstructions, you will also know the quality of the water that you're getting from the rivers. So this is likely going to get worse because in addition to these sewer discharges and agricultural runoff, there is increased temperature and floods and droughts that will exacerbate that. So we really need to get ready for something like that. And then flash floods, when we talk about flash floods, it's those floods that happen in a small area and over a short period of time, but it's highly intense rainfall and the frequency of those is likely going to increase. So we need to also prepare ourselves for that. Need to have flood response plans in our operational sites. Those plans need to also include how do we protect the communities downstream to ensure that they continue to get water and to ensure that their infrastructure and properties are not affected, especially by our dams that would be overflowing. And regional floods, in terms of the regional floods, are the floods that you get in a province. We are likely going to get more of those floods as KZN because we are a wet region in South Africa. So that will affect the operations in your water treatment works because with floods, you get erosion and you get sediments that is getting into your raw water, which will then result into high suspended solids, high turbidity, and the algal content that comes from the catchment runoff is also going to increase. So it also means that our treatment processes need to be adapted to these changes that are likely going to happen, of which we're already seeing, so we need to really employ advanced treatment processes in order to ensure that we are prepared and we adapt to these projected changes. Over and above that, during floods, we saw in April 2022, what happened was the destruction of water supply infrastructure. We had aqueducts, Asenanda, that are supplying water to Durban Heights, they were destroyed. And that's also destroyed people's homes. Some of the people were washing to the dams. That's what we are looking forward to. It's likely going to happen even more frequently into the future because the way we behave in terms of carbon emissions and the increase in temperatures is still on a continuous trajectory. But if we behave in a better manner, reduce our carbon emissions and put adaptation measures such as in terms of our water treatment processes that can be adaptive to these changes, we can be able to better respond to these challenges. Also, in terms of destruction of sewer infrastructure, we saw during those floods how the sewer infrastructure, sewer network, our pump stations, our water treatment plants themselves were destroyed. Some of them have not recovered up until today. And we've seen the impact on the ocean in Durban when during December there were cases where we had to close because there were sewer overflows. Some of those issues started during the floods, but some of them were because of the issues with the sewer network that I alluded to earlier on. Also in the wastewater treatment plant, we need to expect more ingress of stormwater. We know during heavy rainfalls, we do get ingress into our sewer network. So our wastewater treatment plants need to have adaptive capacity where there is additional storage capacity like storm dams that can be able to store some of the water that can be diverted while the other one is being treated, and then you take that water after there is available capacity in the treatment plants to then treat. But in addition to that, even storm dams are likely going to overflow like we normally see in some plants. They're going to overflow more, leading to us discharging effluents that is not compliant, and we will then breach the requirements of the water use licenses. So it means that we need to have a second line of defense where, in addition to those storm dams, we need to have investment in ecological infrastructure. What do we mean by that? Wetlands. Wetlands, they've got an ability to purify water naturally. So if we construct artificial wetlands, or even if we already have wetlands, we need to rehabilitate those so that they can support us in terms of purifying the water before it's going to our downstream water resources. That will help us improve the quality of the water in the rivers, then the water quality in the dams, and your treatment processes in the water treatment plants that you are operating. What we need to note, and we've already seen this, in South Africa, we are particularly vulnerable to these impacts. It means that they are likely, or they are already affecting us worse than most developed countries, because we are a developing country. We've got many poor communities who do not have money to build the required capacity and to even bounce back after these impacts. They do not have resources. So there's also insufficient infrastructure. A lot of our municipalities are located in poor areas. There's not enough budget. So it really means that as the water sector, water and sanitation sector, we need to work together to support each other, because these impacts are cross-cutting. They affect water in terms of bulk water supply, but they also affect water services for the municipalities. They also affect the agricultural sector, the health sector. So we need to plan together. Integrated planning is important so that we can come up with interventions that can not only help uMngeni-uThukela, but it can also help the agricultural sector, the municipalities, the health sector, and the ecosystem sector. Okay, now moving on to my last slide. These are a list of adaptation mitigation options that we have explored as uMngeni, and we are still building on. We do have, for us to be able to understand the climate change impacts and the projections and how we're going to be affected, we use climate models, so we update those on a 5-year cycle. So we're just finalizing the updating of the 2019 study so that we know what the changes are going to be in addition to what we already knew, but then in addition to that, what are some of the strategies that we need to strengthen and implement? So I've indicated the importance of integrated planning and design. this affects you as well. The planning of new water treatment plants and wastewater treatment plants need to take into consideration the impacts of climate change. We can't plan as if we do not know what's going to happen, what is likely to happen, because it's already happening. So our water treatment processes need to be those of advanced treatment, and the wastewater treatment needs to also employ nature-based solutions, and we also have additional capacity for storage in case of ingress of stormwater. Even our dams, we need to design them in such a way that someone did indicate that earlier on, most of our dams are located downstream of wastewater treatment plants to our network. So in future, we must choose areas where the dams are not going to be affected by land use impacts, especially sewage, because it's #1 pollution and agricultural issues. And it also means we need to have more early warning systems that are effective, and those early warning systems should be for floods and for droughts. And we need to have flood response plans together with those early warning systems, because it doesn't help to have an early warning system, but then you do not know how to respond. You will know that there is upcoming high turbidities and E. coli because of heavy rainfall, but then how are you going to respond? How are you going to optimize your treatment? So those are the things that we need to have in place, but they will be backed up by the technologies, advanced treatment processes that can handle the type of raw water that we are likely going to get. Ecosystem-based adaptation actually means the investment in grasslands, investments in ecological infrastructure such as wetlands. We need to protect our wetlands. They play a huge role also in flood attenuation to mitigate the impacts of flooding. Our wetlands, they actually act as sponges. They hold the water so that it does not go down to the downstream infrastructure and communities. In addition to that, they do drought mitigation. The water that they hold, when it's a drought situation, they release it and it becomes available. In addition to that, they also purify water. So most of us, but we didn't know the importance of those ecosystems. So we need to protect them. We must not allow people to build their houses or settlements in these wetlands, because they are key to water supply, to water security, and to adapting to the impacts of climate change. Same applies to grasslands as well. Okay, I spoke about the early warning systems. In addition, I think we've spoken about diversifying our sources. That means we need to also look into what can desalination using seawater look like. I know it's currently very expensive, but we need to try already pilot operation of those types of interventions, because we're going to need them more, because we already have a scarcity in South Africa, so we are likely going to get more droughts. So with more droughts, it means that you're gonna have less water available, which means that you need to have more water coming from other sources other than surface water and groundwater. Seawater is one of the options, but also wastewater reclamation. Some of you are already operating those plants, but we need more of those, because it's gonna be forming part of the water mix that we need into the future. We've got a climate change policy at uMngeni, which has got 5 parameters that look into adaptation, what I'm talking about now. How do we adapt our treatment processes? How do we adapt and have early warning systems and flood response plans? How do we adapt our raw water quality in terms of our treatment processes so that it becomes treatable? But also, mitigation. Mitigation means how do we reduce our impact in terms of greenhouse gases? In our own homes, we have lights, we use energy. In our processes, treatment processes, it's very heavy in terms of energy usage because our wastewater is pumped into wastewater treatment plants, and some of the treated water or maybe even water that is raw water going to the water treatment plants go through pumping. All of that results in the carbon emissions. How do we then adapt our processes in terms of energy usage? We need to be using more renewable energy, solar, hydropower, the ones that do not result into carbon emissions. But even that is limited, because we know that most of our energy in South Africa is coal-generated power. We are still building our way towards renewable energy. So it means we need to build more of our adaptive capacity or climate resilience, meaning in our processes, let's have everything in place that will help us deal with floods, deal with droughts. Let's have joint drought operating committees. That's what we've got at uMngeni. That's why we've been able to survive most of the droughts over the years. 2016 drought was one of the worst. We were able to survive that because we've got a joint drought operating committee where there is uMngeni-uThukela water, DWS, municipalities, where we ensure that there is implementation of water conservation and demand management and restrictions during a drought. So most of the operations will need to adopt those going into the future, or even now, because we've got challenges. So this was my last slide, and I hope I have contributed to some of the small knowledge in terms of climate change, and should you have any questions in terms of how you develop these plans, we are available at uMngeni-uThukela water. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Futhi. And when we talk about passion, that's what happens. However, I just wanted to add that that means process controllers will not only be trained inside the plant or the treatment works, the catchment, the climate change adaptation is also going to form part of your modules, because it's very important how you react when such things happen. Next, we're going to have uNomvula Nesamari, who's going to talk to us about the process optimization under variable conditions, dosing, turbidity spikes, operational adjustments. Nomvula. Oh, okay. Well, sorry, uNomvula is not here. We're going to move forward and talk and have uSis Nontutuko kanye noSis Fezeka discussing scenario-based problem solving at Durban Heights Water Treatment Works case study. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Nontuthuko Ngobo. I am a registered professional process controller. I'm here together with my colleague. Please introduce yourself.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Nomcebo Shandu. I work as a process controller under uMngeni-uThukela water. Thank you.
Today, we are going to be presenting on challenges experienced at Durban Heights Waterworks, as well as operational interventions that we implemented to adapt to these challenges. I am going to give you a background of our operational area, overview of our treatment processes, as well as the distribution. Jesus Christ. Durban Heights Waterworks is situated in the central area and serves the greater of eThekwini municipality. Our major resource is Negle Dam, and we are being supplemented by Inanda Dam. From Negle Dam, we get our raw water through our aqueducts. We have 4 aqueducts which convey raw water to Durban Heights Waterworks. And from Inanda Dam, we also pump from Inanda Dam through the shaft pumps we communicate with Wiggins when we want to start the shaft pump so they can increase their flow for us to be able to start the shaft pumps. And then from there, our design capacity is 615 megaliters. We have 18 pulsator type clarifiers and 100 gravity sand filters and a sludge plant. Our chemicals that we are using at Durban Heights, we have chlorine, which we use for disinfection. We have PAC, which is powdered activated carbon, which we use for odors and taste. And we also have bentonites and polyelectrolytes, which we use for coagulation. And we have lime, which we use for pH correction. For our distribution, our sales average is 540 megaliters per day via Southern Aqueducts, which pushes 188 megaliters per day, and Northern Aqueduct, which push 256 megaliters per day, and Pinetown Pump Station, which pushes about 40 megaliters per day to Mount Moriah. I am now going to hand over to Nomcebo, who will present the challenges we experienced at Durban Heights and how we overcame them, highlighting the role of process controller in demonstrating resilience.
Okay, thank you, Nontutugo. I'll go through the case study that took place at Durban Heights about the algae contents and the impacts. From August and September 2024, nutrients enrichment within the Albert Falls and Nickel Dam catchment resulted in severe algae bloom. These algae bloom were unusual because they occurred during colder months and were worsened by lower dam levels at Nickel Dam. The elevated algae counts negatively affected the treatment process at Nickel Dam, as you can see from the picture. One major impact was filter clogging, which reduced operational efficiency, and there was a reduced filtration process that was happening in the filters. Jasmine was also detected in treated water, causing taste and odor complaints from consumers. The impacts not only caused deaths, but there was an increase in operational monitoring. There was an increase in chemical usage. Also, there was high treatment cost. The other thing there was more manpower that was involved, where shift attendants had to dose STH to the system, and also they had to remove the scum from the clarifiers. In the slide, as you can see on the left, the graph actually shows the increase in chemical usage during the algae bloom period. This demonstrates how raw water quality directly affected operational costs. This slide compares the algae counts between the old and new abstraction points at Nickel Dam. The data helped in identifying which abstraction point had lower algae concentration and therefore improving raw water quality entering the treatment plant. This graph illustrates fluctuation in algae counts within Durban Heights raw water. Periods of high algae concentration directly affected the filtration performance and the treatment stability. To manage the algae bloom event, several optimization measures were implemented. This includes dosage of SGH on the filters. There was an increase in audio monitoring. Normally, the audio is tested 4 hourly, but now we had to increase the audio test, and now it was conducted 2 hours hourly. There was direct chlorination of aqueduct water, so that when the raw water enters to the treatment plant, at least there will be less algae entering to the site. Additionally, additional operational measures were included, such as increasing flow from Inanda Dam to dilute algae concentration of the raw water that was coming from Nickel Dam. The mitigation strategy focused on 3 main areas, which was the catchment area, the increased water quality monitoring, and process optimization. Collaboration between the catchment side, the operational side, and also the laboratory services was critical during this period. Moving forward, continuous monitoring and proactive operational planning remains important. There is also a need for improved catchment management and ongoing optimization strategies to manage future water quality events. Currently, the algae event is ongoing, and the process controllers are required to conduct monitoring and optimization activities to ensure stable treatment performance. The Durban Heights case study demonstrates the importance of adaptability and resilience in the water treatment operation. In conclusion, the algae outbreak has opened an eye to all process controllers. It shows the power of teamwork and staying focused during challenges. That is why today we proudly say, hashtag,
Aye, yeah, process controllers, aye, yeah.
Aye, yeah.
Thank you so much, ku Sisi uMngeni kanye no Sisi uNontuthuko. We really appreciate this. I mean, it's so exciting. uMngeni sithi silele barana ama plant awo 615 megaliters. I mean, if we're saying process controllers are the first defense, yeah, yonke into that is happening, water and wastewater, they are. uMngeni and Nontuthuko are responsible for water supply for a whole of eThekwini area. I mean, that is huge. That is huge. So I am so excited, and the fact that they've shown us their challenges and how they came about resolving that. So guys, I'm also excited about the fact that process controllers are now going to be registered with the Water Institution of South Africa. If you are a registered professional, you're going to have your registration number. And that register, like Otogotela, they have registration numbers. So process controllers are going to start having that. That means if you sleep on duty and you're producing water that has bad turbidity or turbidity that is not compliant, you're distributing to your people, we can take away your registration, so be very careful. It requires your commitment in your work and ensuring that you keep learning and you keep getting training continuously ukuze ukwazi ukukhuphuka in your profession. Process control is a profession, and we need to keep it like that and be serious about it. Ngiyaxolisa ukunqanta. However, we're only going to take questions ambalwa from those who have questions and comments, additions, whatever for this session we are about to close. I do see a hand at the back. If we can please pass the mic. You noted?
Greetings, everyone. Speaking is Charity Kuzayo. I was so encouraged with the presentation that has been presented to us. I just wanted to add on the first speaker that spoke with regards to climate change, with regards to desalination. That if we can, or if they can also consider incorporating desalination with RO systems because they complement each other. To the presentation that was presented by our young process controllers, very excited about it. And I noted something they said is a recurring issue in terms of algae. As a mitigation strategy, maybe to look into, because we know that algae is caused by a high nutrient level. So when algae happens, we know that there's a process happening which is called a eutrophication process, which is caused by a high nutrient level. High nutrient level because our ammonias, your nitrates, your nitrites are high. So to really investigate the actual root cause, because if we say we putting EHTH, it's good, but it's not resolving the root cause of it. Is it because of a sewer line upstream that is decanting or an overflow that is happening, that is increasing a high nutrient level? Because we'll understand that algae is due to a high nutrient level. So that needs to be thoroughly investigated, analyzing with laboratory in terms of parameters, chemistry really implemented, and chemistry being applied, because chemistry always works. And just that notes that we need to really investigate as to why are we having algae, and is it because of an upstream situation? And there's something called whereby wastewater is being discharged in rivers. It's called self-purification, whereby wastewater is able to purify itself by knocking in trees, rocks, and maybe look into those things, but really find the root cause of why we're having a high nutrient level in the water systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wouldn't want to respond on behalf of the ladies, however, I'm sure there has been investigations that has been done to see or to check what is the cause of the algae in those. Sorry, Sisi, there's another hand on the other side. To see or to check if the source or the where there is an ingress of our wastewater into, which is increasing nutrients into our systems. However, let me give you guys, would you like to respond? Okay. Sis Futhi would like to respond.
Sanbon. What my sister has been said at the back, I am covered because I was gonna say maybe we need a pollution division to take care of their job, assisting us when we are reporting anything that comes in with the inflows water. If we report to them, they must investigate and give us the report back what they've been found. Because this picture that was illustrated there, it shows that it's something came from the community or industrial areas. So they need to punish those people who are putting something wrong in the water because it's disturbing our continuation with the work. Thank you.
Siyabonga baba. Sisi Futhi.
Thank you for the comments and the questions. And yes, a lot of investigations were done and are still being done. Like I said, I'm heading the catchment management department. When I was showing the pictures of what is affecting Albert Falls, Nagel, and Inanda, that is supplying water to Durban Heights. Those are the investigations that we did and found pump stations, charging manholes, agricultural pollution, solid waste. All of that is contributing to the issues that we see at Albert Falls. But over and above that, what we are doing, because we now know the source of that pollution, we're working together with those stakeholders that are responsible for maintenance of that sewer infrastructure, the municipalities, the Department of Water and Sanitation, who has to ensure that the directives that they've issued to those municipalities, they go with the action plans to stabilize that pollution from source. So as uMngeni-uThukela Water, we've got a team of Amanzi champions, community-based champions that are contracted by uMngeni-uThukela Water that identify the sources of pollution, if ISWA infrastructure failure, and they report to municipalities and they repair what they are able to repair, and the municipality also supports with those repairs. But the issue has been happening for many years, over the years. So it will not be resolved in one day, the issue of algal blooms. But because we've started stopping the source with our champions and the municipalities, and more still needs to be done, because these challenges are also happening because of the aging infrastructure and overloaded infrastructure. It means that the municipalities need to upgrade the wastewater infrastructure and the sewer infrastructure. So they're still in the process of doing that. Some of them have got serious budget challenges, but we have a pollution task team that we established with the Department of Water and Sanitation, the municipalities, and COGTA as well as SALGA to assist these municipalities in terms of stabilizing the source and stopping the source and ensure continuous maintenance. But also integrated catchment management that we are doing, the interventions. We are busy with appointing a service provider that would be implementing floating wetlands at the inflows of Albert Falls Dam, the Nagel Dam. So those will help in terms of treating some of that pollution at source. We're also looking at phytoremediation, bioremediation, as well as nanobubble technology in terms of introducing oxygen onto those dams so that it can fight the algal at the dams, as well as the work that the ladies and other process controllers and operators are doing at optimizing the treatment plan. So there's a lot of work that is ongoing. And it's hard because there's serious challenges in our municipalities that we are also mindful of. So we're doing our part in terms of supporting as well.
Thank you so much. And we do really appreciate this assistance that we are getting, especially from uMngeni-uThukela as a water board. I can confirm what Usis Futhi is talking about in terms of Amanzi Champions. They're going to start soon under the city of Umhlatuzi implementing catchment management and ensuring that they are mobilizing the communities to assist us with cleaning our catchment. They say the treatment of water actually starts in the catchment. It doesn't start in the treatment works, it starts in the catchment. So that your treatment processes will be less intense when you have the water quality that is good. I think we have come to the end of our session. Thank you very much, we appreciate.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to Miss Sithole Ujobe Mundisa and with her panelists. So the information that was shared today, it was quite informative. And yes, guys, we are facing with the climate change as those guys who work in the water treatment works, so they understand if there is a scarcity of water in the dam or stream, water source, fountain, the boreholes. Obviously, it's also give us, a strain in our work. But again, there's nothing we can do, it's a nature anyway. We are going to come to the very fascinating slots that will be shared with one of the expertise. That will be touched based on what works in a treatment works. Obviously, in this slot, we are going to all participate, as I can see. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce the Senior Engineer Technician, WSA, Mr. S. Ndlovu, from Newcastle Municipality. Thank you.
Yebo. Ngicela ukunibingelela. Igama lami nguBlessing, also known as uSibusiswa kaNdlovu. Bengicela unisharela nje history ukuthi why ngibe uBlessing igama elilodwa defined as. Ngicela ukusebenzisa uTV1 noTV2. Ngoba ngiyabona labo TV2 bancanyana endlini, so yebo. Kusho ukuthi isimo engazaleka ngaso kwakhona ukhokholozi wami nomkhulu. So ukhokholozi wami nginema wathi uBlessing, umkhulu wasethi hayi ngoba ngiyalithanda leli gama wathi uSibusiswa. So history lab. Cha colleagues, it's just a breakaway session. Isimo lesengilethe kusona lapha ukuthi ngizonihlanganisa mina nikwazi ukuthi nina brainstorm niqhamuke ama expertise zenu when it comes to the different plans enisebenza kuona. But inkinga yami enkulu ke manje nibaningi kakhulu. Ngoba according to isimo la lesami kuplanwa bekuthiwe mele igroup ibe nabantu abawu8 to 12. But bangibuka with the isimo sala endlini bengicela ngoba even isikhathi ngizo break up into ama session awu4 njoba lihleli nje ngithi yabo khona abahleli la khona abahleli lapha bese bakhona laba balapha kube khona laba balapha ngemuva nizohlukana kanjalo ngoba indlela bekumele ngiclassify ngayo bekumele ngicheck nokuthi niqhamuka kuma treatment works kanjani mhlawumbe baqhama kwamancane bashare nalabo baka rural mhlawumbe kwa waste ashare nalo kwa water treatment kube kanjalo. But bengizocela ke because kumele ngihlukanise kodwa into engizoyenza ke kukhona abazongisiza ama facilitators because while si brainstormer niqhamuka nama ideas and how to share the working environment when it comes to your water treatment plants ama-session ukuthi nizosizana kanjani. Because enye into engayenza, because mina I'm quite active kule nto yama-voluntary boards. So iplan lami ukuthi ngiyafisa enhlizweni yami ukuthi lokho esizokhuluma lapha kudluliselwe kubaphathi benu ama-executive abomasipala. Because nami ngiyawazi ama-challenges that we are facing eNyukhasela. So ngiyafisa guys ukuthi lokhu sizokubhala ngoba ngizonikeza ama-charts. Then into engizoyenza mina mhlambe after kusasa I can just ngenza i-report i-feedback ukuthi different municipalities njengoba nisuke endaweni engafani. So with that being said, bengizocela umbali Nkosi yami ama-chats ngiyacela bandla lokho ukubhala. Okay, thanks. Bengizocela ukubiza these two colleagues, uLindo Sibiya noMngeni-uThukela. Laba bazongi-assist as ama-facilitators because yes, kusho ukuthi sizofocusa nje mhlambe sokwenza ama-group awu-3 mhlambe mina ngizoba lapha bese ukuthi uLindo Sibiya abe ngapha bese ukuthi uMngeni-uThukela abe ngale kwesithathu leyo kugcina mhlambe izoshaya yimi ngoba kahle kahle according to isikhathi kumele for each working group mhlambe senze noma u10 minutes. So into engizoyicela ke kulama groups ngicela ni select umuntu ozophatha ozoba umphathi wenu nje ozobhala futhi phansi. Kodwa ngiyacela ke kusami ningabakhethi labantu ababhala njengodokotela ngoba ngesibona ngithi ngifuna ngicela ukubona kahle. Khetha umuntu obhala kahle ngiyacela. Nje kube ne group leader ozosibhalela note phansi lokho esikudiscussayo. Bengicela ukuthena on to TV2. TV2 kanje, today's session is designed to create an open platform where we can learn directly from one another's operational experience, challenges, innovations, and practical solutions. This is not a formal technical presentation session. It is an interactive conversation where every delegate's experience matters, where you can work at large urban plant, a rural facility, a wastewater works, or a package plant. Your operational insight may help another operator facing similar challenges elsewhere. We encourage honest discussions, practical examples, and solution-oriented engagement throughout the session. So ngiyacela bakwethu ngoba lana sizo ukufunda on each other. So njoba sifunda on each other siyashare nje ulwazi ngoba bawusubuka considering lento yama professional bodies WISA or ICC or IMISA yabo indaba yokushare knowledge sharing iyona esikhula ngayo yabo mina nje la ngikhona ngaqala ukusebenza 8 years I worked for ama consulting engineers, then I've got manje 15 years kamasipala. So experience yami ihambe kakhulu based on knowledge sharing, because even lama committees that I volunteer on like WISA or ICC kuhlezi kunama mentors abantu abadala abangaphezulu abakwazi ukungifundisa ukuthi cha Gatsheni ungahamba kanje la ungahamba kanje. So lokho esikwenza lapha bafethu is just nje to enhance ulwazi lethu njoba nibonile lapha izingane ezincane basafunda ama young professionals uyabo. So through engage kanje bazoyithola the confidence bathole nolwazi bagcine nabo sebeyithemba enough, because as a professional person I rely kuwena lento ngoba if angikho shokeke ukuthi uWISA mhlambe bayakwenza lokwe oath ngoba exa ngiyazi exa no SACMP. If you register you have to take an oath because kumele ube even when nobody is watching you gotta do right. So you need to take that oath ukuthi now uyayithembisa ukuthi uzokwenza ngendlela ekahle. So with that being said ke angikho sure ukuthi laba babili engibacelile ngicela basondele ngapha e-stage. Okay, bengicela ukunenzela i-example. All right. Ngicela nje ukwenzela i-example on possible questions engawabuza engage nonke into different groups. Number one, what has worked well recently at your plant? Right? Number two, what low-cost improvement made the biggest difference in your plant? Number three, what operational challenges keeps recurring? Right? Number four, what practical solutions improve efficiency within your plant? What innovation reduced downtime? Number kubege, how are you managing compliance challenges? What lessons will benefit another process controller? Kubege, what supports do operators need most? And what emergency response practice has worked effectively? So yes, so angiko sure niyayihlela ke tuma groups. Kodwa before nisayihlela kahle khona ngicela ukundlalela nje le video eyemadadeni we-social treatment plant yethu esinyuse capacity from 12 megaliters to 32, obviously for future to 60. So bengizocela ungabe udlala lapho ntamkhulu. Hayi manje angithi mina kumele ngihambe ngiyo facilitate. Kumele ngifacilitate ya ngizama ukuya.
Good people, thank you. Order, please. Bakwethu la besocela ukuthi there's someone othulahlekelwe isikhwama before tea time. Bengicela ukuthi simtholisele. Someone lost his bag, please. If it's happened, you see it, please make sure you come forward so that we can allocate that someone. Thank you. As you go, you intend to, yeah. I'm sure I must.
Plantini incane mhlambe se rural ayekule inkudlwanyana. Plantini incane mhlambe se rural ayekule inkudlwanyana. So yini what has worked well? Ilapho number one. Number two, what low-cost improvement made the biggest difference? Uyabo lezi zinto esizenzayo emaplanti kuyenzeka ukuthi senze izinto senze iplan. Kodwa basubuka wena ngoba phela basiregister professional. Even noma two your test lapha. Isebenza scientifically lento. So engineer in normally bakutesta on that. Ukuthi khona izinto ezincane uyithethu zincane wena. But it has done a big improvement. Mhlambe yasiza ku water quality noma isuwa quality egcineni uyabo those. Mhlambe yasiza ku water quality noma isuwa quality egcineni uyabo those ones. Number three, what operational challenge keeps recurring? Leo kodwa ayi futhi ngicathi nonke leyo niyayazi. Because zikhona izinto operational esazi ukuthi yes. Yeah, ayaqhubeka. Okay, U4, what practical solution improve efficiency? What practical solution improve efficiency within the plant, right? Bese number 5, what innovation reduced downtime? Right. Yeah, basically, how are you managing compliance challenges? Manager and compliance challenges is based on Debi, Usan's Banban in terms of the compliance. Basically, what lesson would benefit another process control? Lena gimnandi ngoba like ukompera la ukhona omunye ekwenye indawo njoba nje nibaningi kanje senzokhuluma nikhulumela bese niqhamuka ne yebo. Ayaqhubeka khona amanye awuthiwasele la. What support do you operators need most? Like in terms of training. Uyabo i-training ngathi identify ukuthi noma labantu asebenza nabo like your safety planning training lapho ngizosabalala. Ngoba ngiyacabanga ukuthi niyawazi nina obviously ngoba khona abantu abane experience enkulu laba bangakwazi uadvise labancane. Nama young professionals kukhona lama courses ama soft skills that you need mhlawumbe advanced Excel ukuthi nje just improve efficiency yakho. Yebo. Bangabe ngicela nikhethe i-team leader. Umphathi umphathi wabaphathi hayi. Umphathi wabaphathi yabonga. Sisonke kodwa ngicela nje ni right. Niyaqonda ukuthi senzani Nkosi yami. Colleagues, ngicela isikhathi ngizothi nje ngicela u10 minutes. Yabo manje u13:28. So ngo 13:48. Yes, that's 10 minutes. So ngo 13:40 13:28 ngo 13:38 ngizonivala. Yeah, yebo. Sengiyaqala ke u13:28.
Trying to cover the time. Yabonje umem lo uyena nami simlokuze simguide la. Ngicela ukuthi wona ngomkhala ngo2 then siyavala so bese sizoyida le ukuthi hayi thank you sisizwe boss of thanks so angazi but umbali ngasigaide ukuthi kuzokwenziwa njani later. Sure.
Nisekahle bakwethu. Khona nalabo abathulayo Nkosi yami sicela ukuthi bonke umuntu aparticipate. Kona igroup besithi izoba na 12 ngixolisa bhuti wami. Manje inkinga isikhathi. Besithi ngizohamba nga 12 khona sizokwazi ukuthi ayithi ubone ne-invigilator abayifuna unifundisa. Ifuna abantu abancane khona ngizokwazi ukuconcentrate kumuntu individually. But it's fine guys. Yeah, ngicela nje ni yes. Then u-team leader wethu uyena ozohamba ayopresenta. Uzohamba ayosithulela. Are we winning, colleagues? Ayeye process controllers, ayeye? Kamba kahle niyatholana.
Uyambona ukuthi bantu bayazama kodwa nje inama-2 division ine-old and new. So le i-old ishaya ngama-biofilter, le ishaya nge-aeration new. I-aeration la it's full of sludge. Semnyama futhi si-rodents na-egg. So obviously iperforma le biofilter. Angithi-ke manje une-stress se-pollution. The time iphuma wonke le nto iyongena kuma-clarifier. From clarifier straight to the river. Kuyadosa phela but nakhona izwele mnyama quality. So that's why engalokhusi kahle. Ukuthi into ebuhlungu eyenza umasipala awufuni ukulungisa infrastructure. I don't know. They need to prioritize that. Even the mayor sees this in the common project. About generally, the way I think it's like 70 megawatt a day. It's very good. But then, yeah, Kishola 800 plus 650 million. For both the refabrication, it's for refabrication. And imagine, the mass economy is still except for the component of that. And it's not what it is like for the money way. I don't engineer on that. Are you sure? I think technician. Where now was the plan?
He was behind because most engineers are in planning and designing.
Yeah, but I feel like we more technical about safety. Yeah, boy, and I met to make chemical. Chemical is where balancing the microbiological and everything to make sure that you're able to transport like us. Yeah. So maybe, I don't know, technician, maybe senior engineer, technician. But this is what you tell me to like but the process about engineering. That's why you understand the process very well. When you just have to build a structure and just hand over to us, and then we run the plant.
Because very even the process units are in the plant. So it's like there is a unit. They just know what it fits.
Yeah,
Colleagues, senselele 5 minutes.
That is their job.
What really happened, the reactions and everything.
Akayazi reaction, chemical engineering, thina kanasiya. Bona bano 6 months, moya evaset noma evaset most bafunda khona. Bano 6 months benze i-section ye-water treatment. Only 6 months.
And nakhona it's based on hydraulics,
Phela,
calculations.
Angathi phela ikhombisa wena ukuthi angathi wakha how shallow it should be, i-structure sakho, you know, and all the stuff, yabo. Amabhimu lawo afase kanjani ukuze nasikhathi ufaka ilokhu, ufaka amamoto phela azolokhu erawunda continuous, erawunda kuphi emanzini, ama-volume of that basin. Yonke le nto you have to, uyena fanele awazi. Sinesiqhamuka sasishaya i-process esibhalansisa ama-DOs yonke lawo. One of the questions is as you guys, you are taking the plant into automation, wastewater, how can you take the wastewater to automation?
Oh, I think we put Sagulo water solutions.
Ilula phela ngathi bona badayisa ama-instruments. Ama-instruments, ama-probe lawa, let's say for instance ama-probe akhuluma nama-VSD, ama-VSD are-regulator, ama-aerators. And then from aerators, i-VSD lapha moyicuphile, i-communicate nama-DO probes. Ukuthi the more i-DO inyo, ama-dissolved oxygen, cishawe, isekahle. That's how you
Mphathi wabaphathi, are we still okay? See, oh. Cha colleagues, enye into nikhumbule ukuthi namhlanje uday 2, so ngenzela ukuthi isisoka sakhona isikhathi sheshe sihlukaneni. Bengenzela lokho nami ukuthi cha ngahlali kakhulu lapha endaweni.
It's refreshing.
Hey, it's a history. Yeah. It's a history because yes, good. When we coordinate, you've got 2 subordinates. Tell them to pick up my slides, but present, but address and then we're done.
Oh, Shanje? Good man, energy. Othi ngilande laptop yami ngizokuya ngiyabuza ukuthi ngiyakuzwa ngoba ngifuna ukuthi angi-understandanga le nami kuzomela ngikwafundeni noma mina sengizowenza i-feedback le high level.
Khona uzowathatha angathi abarida yena uzobe sewena useyabuka ukuthi wabaphendule kahle then ke usuyaba-polishers there and there bese uyawathatha kubatshele ukuthi in additional sozoletha report into your municipality or organization based on your findings. Then hundreds.
So you guys are very frustrated.
Uyafunda then it's for ukuthi ba-engage and benze teamwork. Angithi kukhona nala kwi-conclusion lento masesifala la uzozwa masengithi kurapha bezofala nemasothi. Phela umtsotsi ushaya kamnandi into yakho. So iyabasiza ukuthi benze teamwork, baqhamuka different plans with different issues, with different problems. Yes. So now let's slot batshela isikhathi sesiphelile sami.
Uyazi according to isikhathi enginikeze sona ngathi seniphelelwe isikhathi ngoba seku 13:40 noma ngicela ukunipha noma nginipha kancane 5 minutes nginiphe kancane. Hawu amen hayi no 5 minutes ke ngicela nigoqe. ungasebenzi ngokuthi ubunjiniyela ngacela ngathi ayibonise into engiyithayo sengifunde kangaka sebefuna ngiyelo mkhosi so nje kodwa ngihluphe emsebenzini ngibhalele la ngisebenza khona
ukuphi senyuka seven
been there for 15 years
le plant lena why my design
uyabona nje ukuthi
how many megaliters
yayi-12 so now manje it's running at 30 so sengiyayikhuphula futhi at 60 ngoba i-population demand yaqala ngo-2009 manje udwasi wasilokhu esinikeza imali kancane kancane so it took longer years so manje i-population has increased no we had a competent contracting engineer yes and then excellent contractor
ngiyayibuka nje
even concrete wabona quality quality controls asenza sure
each lane of the aeration basin inama-aeration amangaphi each lane of aeration basin inama-aeration amangaphi
yabona-ke in terms of lokho khona untombazane uzanele osebenza kuyona ungakwazi ukuthi ukhulume
okay
mina ngisungika phezulu iplan
oh yeah batshele la ukuthi i-representative aba-appoint umuntu ozofunda lapha from there
no asekhona nayi imali okay nayi ayeye process controllers ayeye process controllers kunesicelo ke lapho ukuthi ngoba senzele isikhathi to save time ama team leaders ethu from lani khona kuzozi i-microphone bese ke umuntu afundeke lokho enikubhalile na adviseana ngakho just ukuthi save isikhathi bakwethu nje so ngicathi siyoqala ngoba nginikezwe usensele no 2 minutes ngede u5 sele 2 minutes sele 2 minutes siqede ngoba ngicela mbali ngoba ngathi le group isiqedile yeah yes siyabonga nje efficiency inkosi yami kule group yebo ngicela nizama ukuthola noma igama le group oh hayi noma ngivele ngithi 1 2 3 4 group 1
Babnyawoza.
Okay. Right. Okay, yeah, we are ready to present. Greetings, everyone. Yeah, we are almost in the afternoon, and our group name is. Okay, we are just a water group, obviously. Yeah, you can see. Water guru, sorry. Yeah, we. H2O gurus, I was thinking everyone is still busy, but let's just go. For the first question, one thing that your plant is doing well that you can share with the other team. Number one, we prioritize teamwork. Everyone is important. We just come and everyone is important as part of the team. We start on meetings daily. We don't just rock up. We start on the meeting for a common ground, for everybody else's benefit. What is this is now question number 2.
Sorry bhuti wami. Yazi bengizocela ukuthi mhlambe uthi ukuma kancane ngoba ngibona ukuthi ngithi laba basakhuluma. So ngathi kuyaphazamiseka uthi ukulinda kancane base beqedile sebehleli phansi. Then you can present just ukuthi ungaphazamiseki umuntu omkhulu.
No, it's fine.
Oh, yes, siyabonga,
Okay,
siyabonga,
thanks.
siyabonga. Sure. Colleagues, process controllers, ngiyazi ukuthi thina lapha sisebenza khona ama-records abalulekile nesi-timekeeping. Isikhathi siphelile. Niphelelwe isikhathi siyabonga. Seningazama ukuthi nibuyele endaweni zenu. Cha kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi i-input ibe khona bakwethu nama-comments. Bengizocela-ke nje ukuthi bese basenihleli phansi kahle ebhuti wami lapha ugroup ama-gurus. Ama-gurus yebo.
afundelwa ngemini ku 2 minutes bani isikhathi sokuthi okay isikhathi sakho zoba isikhathi esingaka ukuze khona ngajonga ngoba mbondo wami ngaJohn bamanje
Yeah, we are ready whenever anyone else is.
ngabanika 2 minutes opresentani khona baqela
Butwame Guru, you can go ahead.
Okay, yeah. All right. Maybe I can start from the beginning. We are water gurus, obviously. The first question is, what is the one thing that your plant is doing well that we'd like to share with others? We said it's teamwork. We work as a team. It balances things out. Obviously, when we start, we have got startup meetings. We were limited on time, so we'll just go on those short answers. This is the first one. The second question is, what practical innovation has improved operations at your plant? We listed the first one as training of staff. And on our sites, we have got these small labs where we analyze our results on site, whether it's a water or wastewater. So yeah, it's just the analysis of results on site. That is actually one practical thing that we do. Number 3, what low-cost solution has a big impact? We have got online analyzers on site, some SCADA systems that are actually for our assistance in terms of knowing what is actually happening, which we have to check. It informs us of flow rates, levels of reservoirs, and easier access to our samples and in terms of reaching out what is happening on site. What is your biggest operational challenge that is happening currently? All right, this one is more of a sensitive one. More like anybody else, our pumps do fail often. These pump failures, very long repair times, and some delays from our friendly SCM. I'm reading as it is because it's coming from the team. And sometimes they happen due to the responses we get from our asset teams. That's, And then, as of late, a bit more of network issues as well were listed. How do you manage process upsets or emergencies? That is number 5. Okay, on this one, obviously you have to be aware of your process because then it leads to investigations of root causes, some more increased monitoring, a bit more of optimization from the lab results, the balancing of shifts, and this is more in terms of experience and the skills. We know that of the people who work on site, their skills are not the same, so they have to be balanced out. Someone who has just joined would be teamed up with a more experienced one so as to produce a more formidable team going forward. Number 6, what lesson would you share with other process controllers? Yeah, we will be simple on this one. Number 1, you take responsibility and ownership of your site. You take pride in your plant and be available to rectify all known deviations. It's the importance in actually shift handover and information sharing. When somebody's coming in on site, you share everything that has happened in your shift, and it actually happens and helps and assists them in actually doing well in their shift as well. What support do operations need most? Okay, the first listed one was training. The second one was supportive management. The third one is quick response from supporting teams. More incentives and recognition. Engineering support, and they have to be actually more visible on site. Those are for the support teams from the other areas. It was number 7. The last one, which is, if you could change one thing in your plant tomorrow, what would it be? Yeah, okay, they were planned on this one. It's coming from the team. They will really love to see some changes in management. It's coming from the team, don't look at me. Okay, the second one is available of critical spares. They are an issue, the third one would be more of the infrastructure management or maintenance, sorry. And then, the fourth one would be to make our SCM processes shorter. They are actually taking more time at the moment. Okay, the one last interesting one, maybe the second last one, is that low-cost figure of 10K seems to be actually blocking a lot of things. We'd like that one to be removed, to be reviewed, and possibly be increased, because, it seems like it's more of a steering and a changing thing. And then the last one would be, obviously, more of communication and interactions from all that are actually expected to run the plant. Thank you very much.
Khona laba kade beze ngapha stage bengicela futhi nithathe over ngoba nginiphile mic. Yebo ngiyacela.
Thank you. Our names, or our name, we called ourselves radical changers. Radically changing the water sector and process controllers. Okay, so the plant SCKT that we selected, it's wastewater treatment works or treatment plant. Problem, it's high COD and TSS levels, because those are the critical ones that leads to non-compliance. Root cause, increased level of FOX. We know our oil, our grease content, that is highly increased. What do folks do? Folks, they block your oxygen from penetrating through microorganisms. How then do we mitigate these issues? We mitigate them firstly by increasing oxygen, or the level we feed oxygen, introduce a chemical called caustic soda to break this oil so that oxygen can penetrate through the microorganisms. When we are able to feed our bacteria will work for us. Next slide. This one. What works best for the plants that we selected? The team had selected a SCADA system. They said it gives us real-time analysis, so we are able to monitor it or monitor the actual thing that is happening right there, which improves our emergency responses. Also, our member spoke about a portable gas monitoring system that each process controller will have to monitor a plant, of which it works good when it comes to safety. Well, they are electronical monitoring systems. A lesson that we'll give to another PC. Firstly, will be continuous monitoring. Sometimes when I used to a plant, you end up not monitoring the plant as you'd for the first time that you were selected as a PC or a shift attendant. Communication. Here, in communication, we broke it into handover. We had a lady yesterday complaining about handovers, and also making sure that you write your report book and you are able to fill in your analysis that you analyze throughout the day. Proper investigation of the actual root cause of an issue. It may be any issue, it may be a pump failure, it may be an overdose. We have to conduct our jar test, as it was said, thoroughly conduct jar test and find, do I need to decrease or do I need to add in any chemical? Record keeping and good maintenance. I think this speaks to communication as well. I think we've. Okay. Another question was how to improve the efficiency. Our team said we need to do proper maintenance in terms of equipments that are in the plant, regular calibration, internal calibration, external calibration. Avoid the shortcuts. This was said by a safety officer. To avoid shortcuts, because sometimes we will do things shortcut that will end up harming us, like pouring an HTH. You need to check the direction of the wind. Monitor. When we monitor, we are sampling. So we take our normal samples. If it's hourly, it's hourly. If it's after every hour, it's after every hour. And then also to do non-routine samples. These samples, they help as indicators of how the plant is behaving. Water, always water. Regular trainings, it may be a training of using an equipment, an instrument, or also a recap training on the process itself. Full staff and equipment. We need the staff to be full. If there needs to be 2 people on site, 2 people on site. To avoid incidents like a wastewater, we've got snakes coming in. At potable water, we've got open tanks, someone can fall. So you need to have a person by your side every time. When it comes to equipment, they are very crucial for your process to be not disrupted, for your process to give us the best quality that our people will consume, our wastewater for streams, environment, and ecosystem. We thank you.
Siyabonga. Bengizocela laba sebepresentile inkosi yami ama team lead angilethele lama charts ngoba njengoba ngichazile ukuthi ngizokudlulisa ngizosama apho nje ireport ezodlula iye lapha eniqhamuka khona endaweni zenu. Khona sokwazi ukuthi ama senior executive akwazi ukuthi contribution, because nikhumbule futhi as well le register professional as a process controller kunalo 30 credits or required ukuthi kumele uhambe ngawo CPD, continuous professional development. So kumele sithole indlela ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi most of masipala we are financially constrained. Uyabona? So nje sizothola indlela ngoba kunabo double seater, we will look into that ukuthi mapha ama training njengoba ulokhuzana uWISA candidacy program is done, singakwazi ukuhamba ngama SNTs wasesenzela online. So we can suggest as well ukuthi cha ngoba sinako ukuthi sibukhelwe ngoba sikwazi ukutravela mhlawumbe abe online sifunde sikhona lapha endaweni zethu. Cha ngiyabonga ke ngicela balandele laba balandelayo. Bengicela le group yama gurus nalabo beningilethela ama charts ngaqhubeka.
Group B, what worked recently in your plant? And our team say polydosing and chlorine system, water quality, SANS 241 efficiency, quality compliance, green drop compliance, only 3 samples left. improve of water quality from dosing with HTH tablets. And then second question, low cost improvement, it's aeration optimization, usage of HTH tablets or other chlorine. Overall plant optimization, avoid any overheads that can occur in future. Cleaning of pumping and removing of any dirt to protect blockages.
Still Group B on low-cost improvement. Repairment of inlet pipe internally from the sewer that were damaged by the floods. And also, biggest operational challenges that we have currently, we have equipment failure, low flows caused by blockages, wasting issue due to shortage of chemicals, procurement delays, excessive oil and grease in inflows, particularly in the wastewater plant. Manual operation of equipment such as SCADA malfunctioning and lack of critical spares. We also mentioned the disposal of screenings, shortage of skips trucks. And then how can we improve on efficiency? By the introduction of online digital analyzers, continuous scheduled shutdown process, unit maintenance, automated sampling from outfall, and also removal of sludge and algae from sediments. For downtown, we said planned maintenance and reactive maintenance, sites daily inspection, and also reporting in time to the maintenance team. And then to the message to another process controller will be to be self-dedicated, to encourage teamwork, communication, and proper handover during the changing of shifts, ensuring that all equipment are properly closed and working. We also be willing to learn and also ask questions when we are not sure, and always obey health and safety protocols. Support for other process controllers will be training, asset maintenance, repairing on time, practical plant maintenance, sufficient usage of alarms and response to it by going to the, okay, it's fine, and to the assembling point, yes. And then how do we respond to emergencies? By doing process troubleshooting and problem solving.
To save the best for last. Bengicela Nkosi yami laba bangapha eduze kwami. Udimsemnayo uteam lead. Oh. Ngicela ulinde kancane imic bhuti wami.
Okay, hi colleagues. Our group name is the Process Pioneers. So basically, I'll be reading the question and then she will be answering all the questions. Yes. Okay, question number one. What has worked well at your plant?
Greetings, everyone. This question is from a wastewater, where they said it's the importance of having an ozone plant being maintained and ready to operate at all times, since it can actually treat algae and save on coagulants as well.
So what low-cost improvement have you made at your plant?
This benefits the both of the plant's waste as well as water treatment plants. It's having 2 coagulants in places that highly depends on turbidity, and this one is cost effective because if our turbidity of raw water is low coming in, we get to use the one that is not expensive. But if it's actually, it requires us to use the coagulant that is expensive, then so be. But then it gives us a chance to save on coagulant.
That's good. So what's operational challenges that keeps on occurring at your plant?
I think this one was from another lady from a plant which is in the rural areas, which is power outations. When they actually have power failures, the plants cannot operate at all. So that is actually a problem that is usually occurring on daily basis on their side, which is a problem because now if there's a power failure, there is no water going out to the community.
So what's the innovative solution? What's the practical solution have you made to plan to improve the efficiency?
Another guy said it is priming of a pump according to produce efficiency. He was very much specific on the poly pump because usually if you have a problem with the poly pump, that means your entire production is actually going to fail. So he said it's very important to actually introduce that priming of the pump. Sorry.
Okay, so just tell us the innovative solution to reduce the downtime have you implemented at your plant.
The lady did mention that some of the plants does not have SCADAs. So we actually suggested that each and every plant under uMngeni Water should actually have SCADAs so that they can actually save in between times of having to go and start the pump manually other than just being at the control room and running the pumps there.
Okay, so next question. Okay, so tell us, how do you manage the persistent non-compliance challenges at your plant? Tell us.
There's a guy who actually suggested, firstly, he did suggest that we can actually implement an Excel spreadsheet with different turbidity to respond to high turbidity changes due to rainfall or anything of that sort. So to explain it further, he said, say you are still running a jar test. You've already run a jar test maybe previously on maybe the last week, but then it keeps on increasing. The turbidity keeps on increasing. So instead of restarting again, we can actually go back to Excel and continue from there. So that is going to be time effective, and then you can implement the changes in the plants before the turbidity worsens. And also implementing incident management protocols.
Next question is, what lesson would benefit another process controller? Would you share?
Teamwork is very important, information sharing, and also ask for help all the time.
Okay, the last question is, what supports do process controllers need the most?
At the moment, we need training and development, quick response to time breakdown, weekly optimization support. Another lady did include that they actually do not have a weekly optimization support. So they actually request that. And also exposure to different plants so that you actually exposed to different challenges so that you can implement that in your own plant. And then implementing of critical projects, and then support and trusting process controllers in decision making. We can do that. We can manage. Thank you.
Ayeye process controllers, ayeye. Ayeye process controllers, ayeye. Cha ngumntana Kajeni ngicela ukunibonga colleagues. Thank you for an excellent participation, open discussion throughout today's session. What stood out clearly is the innovation in the water sector does not always require large budgets or sophisticated technology. Many impactful solutions come directly from operators working daily within our treatment works. Today's discussion demonstrated the importance of collaboration, peer learning, and operational knowledge sharing across both rural and urban facilities. The lesson, innovations, and experience shared here today contributes not only to improving individual plants, but also to strengthen the broader water and sanitation sector. So thank you once again for the valuable participation and commitment to operational excellence. Ngiyayibongela.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an informated session. We learned a lot. Engikufunde kakhulu is that process controllers does have solutions. So we know what we're doing, and also the solutions, it's there. It needs us maybe to have such sessions like this, to share knowledge, to share our experience, what we have learned. This event bringing us together as all the process controllers from KwaZulu-Natal, each and every person here representing their plant, representing their views. So guys, whatever our problems now, we do have the solution. We need to voice them out. Let's stand together as this event has brought us together. Akube ikona esohlangana ngako tomorrow. Ukuthi if we ask ukuthi we plant yakho ethize, let's share numbers. Let's communicate, guys. Ukuthi ngahlangana nawe on that event. In our plants, we're facing this because akufani ama plant. Kusana ama plant that are from the rural areas. They're still battling with the innovation ayikafiki kahle. There are still izinto ababhekana nazo. By meeting here, I think kungasiza ekutheni from knowledge esinayo to share with one another ukuthi how to overcome this. So guys, we thank you for everyone who have participated. Guys, we learned a lot. I would like us to call forward Mrs. Nontando Rambau. As she comes forward with her panel, can we please give her a round of applause? Oh, okay.
Can you please give them a round of applause? Good afternoon, leaders, colleagues, and our esteemed guest. Last session for the afternoon. I am going to need your participation because also the side sugar is quite low. My name is Nontando Rambau, and I am from Talbot, and it is my honor and privilege to be standing before you this afternoon, and I would like to welcome you all into our session on the theme Bridging Generation. We have a panel of professionals who will be sharing their journeys with us, their career journeys. They'll be sharing, what lessons they've learned. They'll giving us a perspective on mentorship, perspective on leadership, the outlook in terms of how they perceive the industry, and also what is it that we can change to ensure that whoever is coming after this generation also is able to adapt. So ladies and gentlemen, I am also going to need your participation as well. I know it's late and some of you might be rushing to go home, or you might be, have some emergencies, but I am going to need your participation. One thing for sure, you are not going to walk away from the session without any learnings for yourself and also for your teams where you are coming from. So basically, this session is to highlight some of the learnings from mentorship, some of leadership principles that we can all apply, and also across the generations, how we can work together to obviously contribute to the success of the industry and also to leadership as well. So I do have a team with me who is going to be assisting me in this discussion, and I am going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. Also, one of the other things that I wanted to share with you is, you know, I am a firm believer of long life learning. I always consider myself as someone who constantly wants to learn. And in the department I'm in, I'm also responsible, obviously, for growing business development. So I need to ensure that our profit margins are growing. So I constantly need to be checking the market. What is it that is impacting, that could possibly impact us as a business? I am also checking with my other colleagues at uMngeni. You know, the other time when I heard about regulation 3630, I called and said, guys, it's in the 36 regulation, how is it going to impact us, you know, as a private sector, what is it that we should be doing? So I am constantly that person, even if it's not formal education, you know, I want to participate in seminars, I want not to even participate, just to sit in and listen. What is happening in the industry? What is it that we can implement in our own business to ensure continuity, to ensure that we, you know, we are sustainable as well? So I would like for our panel of professionals greet you, and it's an honor to also have you. Thank you for saying yes to the session. We do have a variety of dynamic panelists of professionals, you know, representing different generations. I can see even in the room, we've got a lot of different generations that are represented. We've got the millennials. Do we have a millennials in the room? Do you know who are the millennials? Anyone? Born between 1981, if I'm not mistaken, am I correct, to 1997. Do we have millennials? I don't want to expose your age. Do we have the Gen Zs? That's the youngest group of generation that we have. Do we have the Gen Zs in the room? Anyone born between 97 and I think 2012. And then our matured group of generation that we have here, it's 1965 to 1980. Do we have? I think just by looking at some of you, I can tell that actually you fall into this category. So colleagues, I would like to give this opportunity for our panelists to introduce themselves, basically to tell us how long they have been in the industry, and also what has inspired them to actually say yes to the call of being either a process controller or whatever profession they are in within the sector. Thank you so much. You can start.
As I've introduced myself, Blessing, also known as uSibusiso Wakandlovu, I started off ukusebenza from Mama Consulting Engineers back it was in 2009. So in terms of the actual experience, I've worked for AMA PSPs, which are professional service providers, for 8 years, where I was working under UDG Naidu and Associate for 4 years, then BJFC Consulting for 2 years, then Tatingo Consulting Engineers. Then in 2010, I joined uMasipala was in Newcastle as a senior engineering technician under WSA project. When I joined uMasipala, we had responsibility to oversee EWSP. EWSP, it's our water service provider, of which it was uThukela Water. So over the years, in 2014, we took over that responsibility under EWSA yethu, where sakuthatha ke sakufaka ngapha operationally so ukuthi sirane o&M wethu under us. But the bulk infrastructure remained with uThukela Water. So mina, I'm a person who has been involved in the water service development plan, water service development plan, water WDM, water conservation, water demand management. I've also been entitled with responsibility to oversee my business plan, because I'm under CICE, I'm an associate member under WISA. Through the candidacy program, I've just graduated as found competent in both water and wastewater. Because the experience I'm like a jack of all trades. Through the experience I told her from Mama Consultants. Yes. Yeah, so of late, specialty Sami is mostly project management. I've just completed advanced project management with the University of Cape Town, where besenza ama-project charters, which assist you in making sure equality control when it comes to our project. Hence, that's why presentation yamle was talking more of imatateni, because the timing figure imatateni sayiqala ngo 2010 and we completed it in December last year, of which is one of my babies. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. You can.
Thank you, Program Director, and greetings to everyone. My name is Velile Chili, and I am currently employed by the King Cetshwayo District Municipality as the Senior Manager Process. I've been in the industry for more than 15 years now, without revealing my age, but I've been in the industry for that long, and I don't know any other industry except for this one, the water industry. So I've been privileged to start as an in-service trainee, and I progressed to being a process controller, to being a process technician, a senior process technician, a superintendent, an acting systems manager, and all the way to where I'm here now. Thank you.
Sanbonani. Igama lami nguPhumelele waKaNdlovu. Ngiyi-senior process controller eWiggins. Ngiqale ukusebenza ku-sugar industry, ngisebenzile ka-Ilovo, ngasebenza ka-Hewlett, ngasebenza ka-Sapicycle, sengise-Wiggins njengamanje. Sengihlale iminyaka ewu-20, ngisebenza as a-senior process controller eWiggins. Ngifike ngiyi-senior process controller, sengihlale le minyaka. Into engenze ngahlala sonke lesi sikhathi, mawufika endaweni noma ngabe ama-qualifications usuke unawo, kodwa usuke usafunda, ugraspa ama-concepts ngokwehlukana kwawo, uwa-applya nokusebenza nabantu ngokwehlukana. Iyona nto engenze ngahlala isikhathi eside kangaka eWiggins. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings, colleagues. My name is Pravesh Budu. I'm a recently retired area manager from uMngeni-uThukela Water as of the 1st of May. So that makes me a veteran process controller. My background is civil engineering with water and wastewater specialization. I spent 24 years at the eThekwini municipality. I studied there and I worked as a technician in the water reticulation side, did a little bit of research and development, and also was involved in metering and water conservation and demand management in my early parts of my career. I then joined uMngeni-uThukela Water, or there was uMngeni Water in those days, in 2005. I spent 21 years and I was involved in bulk water treatment and distribution. So my last job before I retired was area manager operations. And for the past 3 years, I think I was involved in aligning our job profiles and resourcing structure to comply with Regulation 3630. We are still in the implementation stage of some of the things that we've designed in terms of the organizational structure, but I know that the job profiles have been done and they're now aligned and ready for our process controllers to register. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the session and answering any questions that may emanate from the audience. Thanks.
Thank you, Program Director. Sanbona igama lami nguNokhanya Thusi, a young professional process controller. Ngiqale eMngeni as an service trainee ngo-2024 under a program ye-eTheku wastewater treatment plant. Last year, October, I was then transferred to Mpopomeni Wastewater, which is a plant that is under commissioning, and I'm part of the team, and I'm still a student which is still developing within the organization. Yabo.
Wow, I'm quite inspired to hear your career journeys. What a wide range and of experience that we have here on the panel. A fresh perspective as well, and also leadership. I mean, we can hear that we have people that have started in the industry, ever since they started working. So it's good to hear that how much passion they have towards the industry. What I didn't get though from your journeys is what had inspired you to actually take on this profession. So maybe you, Mr. Naidi, you can elaborate on that. Yes. Mr. Gudu. Ooh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. Well, my journey started off, I think when I was in primary school, I was interested in geology from a very early age. And I remember I went for an excursion to the Durban Museum. And there was this huge display of a theory of evolution. And then when I went to high school, there was a guidance counselor in those days. You don't have fancy Google in those days. So the guidance counselor would tell you, so what do you want to do? Because you had to choose a subject at standard 8, which is grade 10. And that would plot your career going forward. And then I explained to him about geology, and he says, no, I think you should be doing geography, maths, and science. And you're going to do something in engineering. Not knowing what engineering was about in those days, I just went headlong and did it. And then eventually realized the path that he was taking me. So I eventually did a civil engineering diploma. I was a student that was supported by eThekwini municipality. I qualified and then got placed. In those days, they had a very good program for graduates, and they would place you when a vacancy existed. And there was a vacancy that existed in the water department, and I took it on. It was just one of the things that happened. And then when I did the degree, the BTech, I had to follow the water and wastewater discipline, and that's how I ended up as the water and wastewater speciality. I worked in research and development, doing some research and development, water conservation, demand management, and metering. And I was also overseeing the water inspectorate department at the time. I spent, like I said, 24 years in the eThekwini municipality, and then I got bored because the reticulation side of things didn't interest me so much, and I was looking to get out. And uMngeni Water at the time was going through a restructure, and I was also involved with uMngeni because we used to buy water in bulk, and then we should sell it. And then I used to attend meetings, and then I heard about this job that came about in uMngeni at the time for a systems manager. And it sparked my interest, and cut a long story short, I applied for the position, got it, and eventually joined uMngeni. It was my first foray into bulk water treatment and distribution. And I found it quite interesting, very intimidating in the beginning because you learn the theory, and only when you hit the ground running you realize how much you don't know. I progressed to becoming an area manager in 2012, and I retired. I held the same position as area manager. It sounds like a quick story, but there's lots of things happening in between. But the devil in detail will be revealed later.
That's very interesting. I think the profession chose you. I think most of us can also attest, like myself. I think I didn't have the necessary support growing up in terms of which career or even the subject for that matter. So it just happened by chance. And here I am today. And I think it is by God's divine appointment for some of us that we are here where we are. It's not something that we had, initially knew that we would end up here. So that's good to know, Mr. Bodu. I'm saying properly now. So today is not just about careers, right? It's about mentorship, it's about leadership, it's about resilience, it's about growth. It's about building a pathway for future professionals in the water sector. I mean, a lot has been spoken about growth, about resilience, about, leadership. Unfortunately, I was not here yesterday, but from what I picked up today, it's some of the things that, are anchors in terms of the work that we do. Now that we know a little bit about our panelists, let's dive into more in terms of what experiences, or challenges they've went through to shape the people that they are in the profession, in terms of their leadership, in terms of their work ethic, etc. So I'm going to start with you, Ms. Phumelelo Ndlovu. What were some of the defining challenges and lessons during the early stages of your career, and how did those experiences shape the professional and leader that you are today?
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Ngicela ukukhuluma ngesizulu ukucabangela abathize nabathize. Ngizozama ukuthi ngikuhlanganise kokubili kodwa. Ngiqale eMngeni kuMngeni Water. Isikhathi engaqala ngaso bengikade ngisebenza ngiyu-senior process controller njengoba ngiseyuyena namanje. Kodwa ngaleso sikhathi engangisebenza ngaso ngangisebenza ngine-shift attendant kuphela. I-shift attendant ke yona ibikade yenza ama-chemicals, imixa ama-chemicals kuphela. Lokho obekusho ukuthi umsebenzi wonke ngabe kunenkinga, troubleshooting in the plant, if there's any problem that arises, usina process controller must see to that, must make sure ukuthi troubleshooting wakhona uyenziwa ukuze aphume nempendulo. Lokho kwakwenza umsebenzi wesina process controller ube mkhulu kakhulu ngoba kuba khona izikhathi la othola ukuthi fanele ngabe useplantini kukhona la uvula khona uvala ama valve noma kufanele kube khona ama changes owenzayo uphinde ubuye uze control room uzokwenza ama changes kwiskater. Ngokuhamba kwesikhathi process controller owayekhona wayesebenza emini kuphela. Sasinama process controller amabili ayesebenza emini kuphela. So ku 12 hours lo wasebusuku ikakhulukazi kwakusho ukuthi process controller ayikho. Makunjalo kuthe ngokuhamba kwesikhathi kusho ukuthi kwabonakala ukuthi umsebenzi uba mningi futhi wonke uhlala kusina process controller. Ngokuhamba kwesikhathi saba nama process controllers. Ama shift attendant ethu ngaleso sikhathi ayekade emix ama chemicals aphinde enze nama samples lawa enziwayo a checka equality ukuthi equality ngabe sisahamba ngakho yini lokho okwakucomparishwa nama online okuyiskater. Kusho ukuthi enye inkinga esasibhekana nayo kwakuwukuthi ama shift attendant iningi labo ngaleso sikhathi kwakungebona abantu ababefundile kakhulu. Lokho okwakwenza ukuthi mabekuripothela ama results abekade bewenza uthola ukuthi iphutha liyenzeka. Mhlambe ngenze nje umzekelo uthola ukuthi iNTU abakuripothela yona athi umuntu ngine-NTU ewu1. Wena as a senior process controller lapho uyazi ukuthi u1 use out of range. Usuyaphuma uyagijima uyabheka ukuthi ngabe konakalaphi ngoba iskater asisho kanjalo. Uthola ukuthi wenza iphutha akuyena u1 mhlawumbe ubhala u1.0 kanti u0.1. So ngokuhamba kwesikhathi ke kwabonakala lokho nokuthi ke ukuze umsebenzi ungagcina uhleli kumuntu oyedwa okusina process controller kwase kuba khona nama process controllers ema shifting wonke, meaning akuseyena manje umuntu ozoba u day shift kuphela kuzoba khona nomuntu ozoba khona noma kusebusuku. So lokho kwasiza ukuthi sikwazi ukubambisana makunenkinga uyakwazi ukushare nomuntu oprocess controller ukuthi makunenkinga akwazi ukuyo investigator abese yakuripothela uma ukuthi impendulo engayitholi bese niyahamba niyobonisana. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. Just a follow-up question for you, Nokukhanya. Do you believe some of those challenges still exist? And if not, because you are definitely coming from different generations, do you believe that the challenges that someone as young as you encounter the same, or does it differ? And if it does, what are the challenges that you face in this generation?
Yebo, ngiyabonga. Mina ngingasho ukuthi kwamanye kwama-challenges akade wa-mention usisi, amanye wawo asisawabhekani nawo ngenxa yokuthi i-technology over time ya-improve. So izinto ey'ningi sesizenza zibe automated. So ezinye izinto ey'sizayo ukuthi-ke kulezi ngqinamba esibhekana nazo ukuthi sikwazi ukuyilungisa, ukukhuluma ukuthi sihlezi si-communicate amongst us as colleagues, senze umsebenzi wokuy'misela. Angikholwa ukuthi ezinye zey'nkinga ay'mentionile sisabhekana nazo emsebenzini. Njengamanje njengoba mina ngisakwi-plant e-under-commissioning, engicabanga ukuthi ikhona okusizayo, ikhona ukuthi sibe yi-teamwork, konke okungabe khona ongakuzwa noma onga-understand ucele umunye osebenza naye ukuthi akusize owazi kangcono.
Powerful. Just by show of hands, do we have anyone in the room that would say, you know, some of the defining challenges that you may have encountered in the early stages of your career have basically contributed to the person that you are? Or you believe that it was just an absolute waste of time, you know, you would have done better even if you did not encounter those challenges? So akekho nje la kuthina othi ngiyabonga ukuthi nganginomphathi wayiqinisa isandla, ngiyabonga ukuthi at some point nganginenkinga yokufunda i-shift handover, now sengiyakwazi ukuthi when I'm reading it pay attention to detail. So can you comfortably say ukuthi no, mina lawo ma challenges lawo did not actually contribute to the person that I am today? Okay, perfectly. Moving right along, I think this question is to you, Mr. Sibusiso Ndlovu. Please tell us, Uguti, what has helped you remain motivated and committed to the growth in your profession? In spite of the challenges, mina ngilo muntu lo who constantly or continuously grow and develop in this profession and be the better version of myself.
Ngiyabonga, Program Director. Throughout my journey in the sector, what has kept me motivated is the understanding that the work that we do has a direct impact on communities. Firstly, public health. Secondly, service delivery. Then also knowing that our contribution helps improve people's quality of life has always given me a strong sense of purpose and responsibility. I have also learned that the industry is constantly evolving through new technologies, regulatory requirements, operational challenges, and changing community needs. To remain adaptable, I embrace continuous learning, knowing and sharing, also engaging in professional development opportunities, like your ICC, your WISA, your IMISA, yes. Engaging with experienced colleagues, attending industry workshops, and being open to learning from both successes and failures help me grow both technical and personally. Most importantly, resilience, discipline, and a positive mindset have played a major role in sustaining my commitment to professional growth. Challenges in the sector should not be viewed as setbacks, but rather as opportunities to innovate, improve systems, and strengthen leadership capacities. Remaining passionate about service excellency and mentorship has also inspired me to contribute meaningfully to the industry. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. Very important point about continuous learning. I think you've also heard me talking about constantly developing yourself. Is quite critical in terms of growth for any individual. I just want to get to know from anyone in the audience, you know, what is one aspect of working in operations that people outside operations underestimate or misunderstand? What is that one thing that umuntu ongekho in the operations space underestimates that or is totally misaligned? Abazi nje nokwazi ukuthi liyaphuma noma liyangena. Anyone from the audience? Yes, sir.
My name is Mangaliso Lamine. So I would say one aspect that people outside the profession often underestimate is the level of responsibility and technical expertise required to consistently provide safe, reliable water and sanitation services. Many people only notice when the system
fails.
goes wrong, when there's something wrong with the system. That's when they're going to notice, not knowing that behind the scenes there is continuous monitoring, process controlling, maintenance, compliance, risk management, and rapid decision making taking place to protect the public health and the environment.
Wow, that's well said. We provide an essential service, water is life, as we always say. Or we also have a brother at the back that would like to contribute. Yes, at the back there. I think for me, it's people assuming that we have money because Shkogo Makarap. I don't know if that's true or for some of us, but yeah, it's that impression that sinemali. Yes, you may speak, sir.
Paulo Squala. So thinking stakeholder. Esihlala kwi-catchment yaseNandi.
Asikuzwa ngikhulumela phezulu baba.
So thinking stakeholder esihlala kwi-catchment yaseNandi.
Yebo.
So mina ngibonge kakhulu ukuthi kwiNanda Dam njengoba sisade report le program iqalile iyulekela kakhulu umphakathi. So ke sesimene into engikhathazayo inye kuphela. Yabona le conference angazi noma sineshock kangakanani. Ifike la sisukuthi njengoba sila asikwazi ukuthatha ama decision. Kune forum la thatha khona ama decision ekuthiwa i-council meeting. So bekune budget ke hearing because nalento yamanzi yona livela kakhulu yabo. Umbuzo wami ukuthi ke ngizwile bekhala kule group ade ngikona bekhala ngemali. Bengasho ukuthi phela lento siyenza la siyibudgetele ukuze ingasinikeze stress. Ngoba gcinela ukuthi uqhamuke kumasipala weTheku uthi is not budgeted. So nalo awareness fanele siyenze ma. Esibile ukuthi kunomehluko ke ma into engiyifundile kulawo masipala. So iNanda iqhamuke nohlelo oluhle ma. Okufanele mhlambe sifunde kulona mhlambe mase kwenzeka lona bathinta kakhulu imphakathi ingaba impumelelo lento yewater. Nansi ke inkinga ma. Mayokwenza le program fanele inkosi noma induna ikhethe site yabo. So ke mangine conflict phakathi kwalabo bantu ayenzeki lento. So mina ngithi ke ma sengivala. Sijabule kakhulu ukuza la. Sifunde kakhulu ukuza la. Mhlambe futhi mase sithi sifuna ukulandela wena sihlalo usinikeze inamba. Na uzokhala entabeni ngoba sifanele sikutshela akwazi sikutshele la. So ke mina into engiyibonga ukuthi uhlale lo mhlangano ube muhle. Mhlawumbe ongase angiphendule nje lapho. Iyiphi my intervention abayenzayo mase kwenzeka ibudget kwi-council meeting because abaningi abekho involved kuleyo nto. So ke yikho ngisho ma mina ngiyaya ke kule council meeting. If uqhamuke uqembu A athi into akayifuni noma iradi base kufoka izandla zithi ngenzeke. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ma.
Siyabonga kakhulu for umbuzo obalekile webudget. Umbuzo wakho ngisacela ukuthi ngochannel ko-organizer, they'll be in contact with you because okwamanje impendulo pertaining budget and resources asinayo njengamanje but umbuzo wakho kahle kahle siyawuthanda muhle kakhulu and uzo-attendwa. Thank you so much. Moving right along, I want us to talk about your leadership journey, Ms. Velile. Can you please tell us about the experiences or people or moments that had the greatest influence in the way that you lead today?
Okay, thank you for your question. The greatest influence that is that I had come from being placed in challenging environments where I had to grow quickly. I remember hearing even the terms premature promotions, but obviously that did not discourage me. Instead, it motivated me to work harder, to learn more in order to better myself. And also, and with regards to people that influenced me, it was the senior professions that were in the industry before me, and I can name a few of them who are in this room today, who trusted me with responsibility early in my career. Another major influence has been seeing the direct impact our work has on people's daily lives. When they say water is life, I honestly sit back and think there are communities out there who depend on this water that we treat every day, that we manage those systems. So it really is important to know that as process controllers out there on the plants, you matter and you are that much important. Also, that reminds me that leadership should always be solution-driven. It always should be service-driven and focused on leaving the systems better than we found them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think most of us here can attest, Uguti, we are here today because there was someone that had added value in our lives. It may be a supervisor wako, it may be a colleague, it may be anyone, even within your family structure. It could have been someone that had actually helped you to steer in that direction that you took today. Ayiko into emnandi than to be plugged for success, you know. Ukuthi unikezwe ama opportunities, being guided, being mentored, being given a space where you can make mistake, be corrected. Ube sendaweni that cultivates, you know, your learnings, your growing, so that you can become a better version of yourself and also impacts other people that you may influence. So some of us grow faster because we have access, you know, to those sorts of resources. It may be abantu, it may be imali, it may be anything that may have contributed to, you know, to our successes. So, you know, the question of mentorship and skills transfer, that is part of us, that we are instilling, that we are promoting, to ensure that it's not a struggle, it's not even a competition. It's basically you being your brother's keeper, ensuring now I want someone else to be there. You know, if you are in a certain position, you know, and you are not even continually learning in that area, so that to allow other people that come to be able to position there. So now to any one of you, is there someone here in the room that you feel has played that role in your life and you just want to mention them right now and say, ngiyabonga for, you know, for assisting me with that report, for giving me that opportunity, for telling me for telling me the opportunity your present paper, or any other, you know, thing that that person may have done for you. Do we have that one person that just wants to say ngiyabonga to that individual? Okay, nasi sandla. Okay, now Bandla, yebo bhuti. Ungaphakama. Just short and sicela i-mic Bandla.
Sanibona.
Yebo.
Igama lami ngusabelwa Mlondo from King Cetshwayo District Municipality. Nginenhlanhla nje ukuthi usisi weshethile emhlophe lapha phambili umphathi wami. No, what I've noticed, I'm sorry, mhlawumbe I will take only 60 seconds. What I've noticed about into yokuba process controller noma yokusebenza ngamanzi. Ngibona sengathi mnandi ngalendlela ukuthi there is no way out. I want to be honest with all of you, colleagues. I never thought I could be maybe a process controller one day. I remember when I was doing grade 7, grade 8, grade 9, grade 10. I wanted to be a police or a teacher or a doctor. I remember even though I was doing matric,
I wanted to be a teacher, and I applied of being an educator. Unfortunately, I couldn't be, but I'm not regretting being a process controller. Into eyenzeka thema ngihlala ekhaya ngaqashwa kwa construction. Kwaba ukuthi ama constructors ayengiqasha ayefaka amapipe amanzi, ama steel pipe to every household kuma rurals. Angazi makuNkulunkulu because I ended up saying no, rather than uhambe ngithi ngisalokhu ngifuna ukuba uthisha. Let me grow myself kule field engikuyona njengamanje. I remember the very first company after construction nayo party, I think fall under construction. WSSA, I think most of you nizoyazi. I think it's Water Solutions Southern Africa. I worked there as a network operator. This thing of amapipe alikayo and stuff, report to your supervisor, then we fix it automatically. I remember ngangaholi ngisho umholo wokuqala ngambuza supervisor wamathi mina since sengikule company yini le engayifundela ekhona la ekhaya kuze ngabe ngisaphuma la ekhaya. Wangichazela ukuthi khona water care nani yabo. Kanti luckily kuzoba khona i-learnership ka NQF level 2 where water and wastewater treatment eyaphuma. I was the very first person to be called ukuthi ngizowenza i-placement test for that training because wavele usupervisor wami wakhumbula lawo mazwi. Kwaku Mr. ZD Mthembu wayesiwa ngapha koNgwavuma or something. Usaphila, unfortunately angimazi ukuthi ukuphi kodwa kube kuyenzeka bengifisa ukuthi ekezwe nje ukuthi namhlanje ngikhuluma ngaye la and kube akekho emhlabeni and I don't think ngabe ngu-process control. Ngaba nenhlanhla 20 because I started WSA it was 2013 2017 ngaqashwa like eKing Cetshwayo as general assistant. Kanti ngenhlanhla ngizophinde futhi ngifice omunye usupervisor enganginayo kwaWSA owazi ukuthi I'm having this NQF level 2. Most of the time I was acting as process controller. Makhona olovile noma ugula or something, I could go to the plant and act as a process controller. Okwabalula ukuthi ngo2018 uma kuvela i-permanent post nga-apply, we were only 2 ama-candidates. Ngafika nje kwi-interview ngayidlela amahlanga ngakhompisa nomuntu waye-acta kuleyo plant but ngayidlela amahlanga namhlanje ngikuyona i-plant and angifuni uqamba amanga ngithi ngiyafisa ukuphuma as a process controller. I can go maybe on high position but still as a process controller like osisivelile do. Ngiyabonga kakhulu kulo bhuti wami Thembu wangepha le chance. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu ukuzwa indaba enhle kangaka. I'm sure nayo proud of you where you are today. Because of time, ngisacela ukudlula nje kulombuzo lona ngoba we're running out of time. Ikhona neminye imibuzo ozoparticipate ngayo ngicela ungaphatheki kabi bhuti wami. Ngiyasibona isandla sakho but because of time we really need to move. I just want to pose a question to our panel list, Mr. Bandu. We're saying it right? Can you please share with us how mentorship or guidance from others influenced your career and why mentorship remains important in developing future professionals?
Yeah, from my very early days in the industry, I was mentored. And I must say, gaining experience is from a person that's been there and done that is the best teacher. I think that ability to turn to somebody in need, and especially in a water and wastewater environment, whenever you encounter a challenge, and you're a new entrant into the system, sometimes the theoretical knowledge does not carry you to the end.
Doesn't.
You can go and consult your textbooks. It's not going to give you the solution. Right through my career, I've been mentored by industry professionals, people that were experts in their field. And, even the industry today, you need constant mentorship and coaching to develop your talents. You cannot say you've you can stop learning.
No.
It's an everyday experience. And I know as I developed through the ranks in the two institutions that I served under, I developed my potential to problem solving, understanding mentorship, how to mentor people. Sometimes you think you know it. There again, theoretically, you read about it. And only when you start doing that yourself, then you realize how different it is. Now, you might walk into a plant, a water or a wastewater treatment plant, and you look at the process controllers that are there, even up to the general worker. You go and then you actually talk to them, and you'd be surprised how much you can learn.
Yeah.
Because no two plants are the same. They may be designed in a certain way, but they are operating differently. Simply because over time, things have changed. The design that was done 20 years ago is not applicable now because we heard about climate change. You've heard about, the people experiencing floods and high turbidity, algae. Some of these plants that were designed 20 years ago were not designed for those kind of conditions. And over time, these process controllers that are sitting here have developed changes to the standard operating procedures that they've implemented. And you might come in with your knowledge that you've gained theoretically, might not enable you to understand it. So gaining that knowledge actually helps you through. And when you mentor somebody that's coming to enter that environment, you can then tell them, listen, when you get to that plant, this is what you got to do. There's a standard operating procedure, but there's a standard operating procedure for normal operation, and there's a standard operating for abnormal operation. It's so important. So that's something that I picked up in my time being mentored and mentoring others. So that carries you a long way. Also, when you rely too much on automation, it becomes a risk. You need to go back to basics. You need to be able to operate your plants without automation. You need to understand how the process works, because too heavy reliance on automation can also be a risk to you. So those are some of the things I wanted to share with the audience today. Thanks.
Thanks, that's quite powerful. We can't stop learning. Definitely there is a need for someone who is going to be there to guide and support you. For you, Sis Nokukanya, I just want to know, as a young professional, what kind of support or guidance or workplace culture as young professionals need in order to feel valued, right, confident, and also prepare you to be a leader?
The kind of support that, from my perspective, I would say we need as young professionals. I would say we need to have continuous trainings. We also need to be involved in decision making, be involved in plant optimization, plant commissioning, and also we also need maybe assistance in registering of the assistance in professional bodies for registration, such as EXA, WISA, etc., and also fundings for trainings that will also help us to grow within the sector and the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, well said. I just want to get a perspective from any young professional in the room. What's one thing you wish experienced professional better understood about the expectations, about the challenges or strengths in your generation? What is it that ufise ngabe laba bangaphambi kwakho bayayazi about inkinga mhlawumbe okuhlangabezana nazo, or ama expectations onawo, or also the strengths? What is it that we need to understand ngawe? Anyone? No young professional. Where? Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Is that we need equipments on site, we need jar tester, we need beakers, we need distilled water. We need equipment to make sure that our quality is of the standard. We need reagents. We just need a full support from our purchasing people out there and our leaders in the front line. Yeah, if they can just make sure that whenever we are requesting something on site, it's because we need it for proper quality management. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's not a big ask, right? It is part of what should be provided for you to be able to undertake what you need to do. Thank you so much for that. I hope your leaders are listening and they are taking notes and they will be able to provide you with the necessary resources that you require. Mr. Ndlovu, to you, sir. How can experienced professionals like you create environments where younger operators feel encouraged to ask questions, contribute ideas, and also develop their confidence?
Ngiyabonga, Program Director. Experienced professionals can create supportive environments for younger operators by promoting open communication, respect, and mentorship within the workplace. Young professionals should feel that their questions and ideas are valued rather than judged. Creating a culture where learning is encouraged helps build confidence and professional growth. One of the most effective approaches is leading by example through patience, active listening, and constructive guidance. Experienced professionals should share practical knowledge, involved young operators in discussion and decision-making processes, like Usise has alluded, and allow their opportunity to participate in problem-solving activities. This helps them gain exposure, confidence, and a sense of responsibility. Because ukhumbule phela as a mentor to mentee, kumele nomuntu kulama decisions awenzayo, kube nale level of irresponsibility. I feel ukuthi confident enough with what I've decided, right. It also is important to recognize and appreciate contributions from young employees, even small achievements, as this motivates them to continue learning and improving. Encouraging teamwork, continuous training, and knowledge-sharing platforms creates an environment where younger operators feel empowered to contribute ideas, develop leadership qualities, and grow into future industry professionals. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Because of time, we are not going to go through all the questions. But however, I want us to zoom into leadership, especially in the operation space, which requires technical knowledge. Do we agree? It requires accountability. It requires calm decision-making and also an ability to lead under very stressed conditions, under pressure. I mean, in operations, we are always putting off fires, which we shouldn't, actually. But it does happen now and again that we put off fires more often than not. To you, Ms. Velile, in the environment that you work in, what does effective leadership looks like? And how can leaders create trust and collaboration across different generations in the workplace?
Thank you, Program Director. In operational and technical environments, effective leadership means being able to balance technical competence with people management. On top of the challenges we come across, Plantini, there are operational. The biggest challenge is also dealing with abantu abangafuni nokusebenza. But again, it's the things that we have to deal with on a daily basis. A good leader must understand operational challenges on the ground, make informed decisions under pressure, and create an environment where teams feel supported, accountable, and motivated to perform at their best. Leadership in these environments also require requires consistency, clear communication, as uMngeni has mentioned before, that they need to be, we need to communicate as leaders, they need to be included in every decisions that we make. So clear communication is important, and leading by example, especially when dealing with critical services that directly affect communities. Creating trust and collaboration across different generations starts with mutual respect and open communication. Every generation brings valuable strength, because as much as city ama-2K, they are too much for us sometimes, but they are too much in a good way, because at the end of the day, we need each other. Experienced employees, they bring that institutional knowledge, whereas the younger generation often brings fresh ideas, innovation, and adaptability to new technologies. Effective leaders create platforms where these strengths can complement each other rather than compete, which we also always encourage to older process controllers on site to say, do not be threatened by younger process controllers who still need experience at their plant. You need to accommodate them, you need to teach them and allow them to learn and grow in the industry. It's also important for leaders to encourage mentorship, knowledge sharing, and inclusivity within teams. When people feel heard, valued, and included, regardless of age or position, it strengthens teamwork, improves problem solving, and it builds a culture of continuous learning and collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. Sis Nokanya, do you think that you are sufficiently encouraged and trusted to step into leadership as young as you are? And if not, what more can be done to facilitate that?
I think currently I am sufficiently encouraged that as it is now, I'm trusted with commissioning projects. I'm placed and responsible for a plant that is in the commissioning stage, where we're optimizing, we're monitoring the plant and also controlling testing of equipment, where we do trials and errors and correction. The organization, can support us by offering continuous engagements of young professionals in new projects, such as plant commissioning, plant designs, and attending trainings that are aligning with these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, that's well said. I just want to find out from you guys, like a younger professional, what is it that motivates you to stay, grow, and build a future within this profession? Okay, I can see the hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moses from Talbot. I would say passionate. If you don't love something that you are doing, it means you will not, how can I put it? You will not do it correctly. But if you do love what you are doing, meaning that there are possibilities that you will definitely do it right. So I can say just passionate, to have passionate for what you are doing.
Okay, thank you. Passionate about what you do. We are drawing closer to finishing because of time. I am not going to go further with some of the questions, but I am, however, interested to find out from you, Ms. Velile, about the opportunities and support systems or workplace changes that are important in preparing and developing the next generation of leaders in the sector.
Thank you, Program Director. The opportunities that are available, we can create them through learnerships, plan visits, And also internships whereby you allow the students and the learners to come and get this experience from the wastewater and water treatment treatment plants. There we work in. And the support systems such as structured mentorship programs, leadership development initiatives, technical training and knowledge sharing platforms are very important in this industry. Thanks.
Thank you so much. To you, Ms. Pumelele, how can the different generation work together more effectively to strengthen mentorship, skills transfer, and collaboration within the workplace?
Engakusho nje ukuthi njoba sebechazile ozakwethu la ngaphambili ayikho into edlula icommunication. Ayikho into edlula teamwork in a work environment. Kunokwenzeka ukuthi khona owazi kakhulu kunabanye kodwa manhloniphana nibambisana ngingakhohlwa kubalula ukuthi ekugcineni kunama generational errors ahlukene lapha. Kukhona abantu abanjengathi born before technology, kunabantu abazalwe manje born after technology. Lokho akusho ukuthi thina esesibadala singafuni ukulalela imbono yabo nokwenza ngendlela yabo, kodwa okubalekile sihlaleni phansi sibonisane, brainstorming sessions ukuthi makukhona into ekufanele yenziwe asihlaleni phansi sibonisane. Ungabi uzwi lami ukuthi lento ngafika yenziwa kanje 20 years ago. My colleagues have highlighted ukuthi things are changing, so we need to change with time. Sikwazi ukuba accommodator laba abafike kamuva ukuze senze into eyaphambili. Ngiyabonga.
Well said. Thank you so much for that. I want to pose a question to the audience. It's a one-word answer. So what is one thing that we appreciate about the younger generation? I know for me, very tech-savvy, social media, so if you want something to be known by everybody, you know that these are my people, you know if you tell them, the whole community is gonna know about them. So it's that. And also, what I like about them is, coming early to work. Yeah, so that's my experience. So for you, what is it that you like about this generation, the young professionals? One attribute that you say you like about them. Babu Rambao. Yeah.
Thank you, Program Director. I think one thing that I appreciate with the younger generation, although I would like to think of myself being part of them, is the inquisitiveness. Each time you were to say, this is what to happen, they will always want to know why we have to do it the way we have to do it. Is there no other way of doing it? And their other way is always, is there no simpler way of doing it? So that, I think it does help, even for us who might have been there for some time, to think of new innovative ways of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Sister, to our panel, I just want to know from you, what do you believe experienced professionals can learn from younger generations entering into the industry today? Anyone can answer this one. What is it that you believe as a seasoned professional can learn from the younger generation? Okay, one person is saying technology.
Angibonge. Mina njengomuntu osemdala kwi-industry, into engiyifundayo koza kwethu abancane ngoba ngeke ngithi ingane even those lingana nezingane kumina i-technology when it comes to technology ngeke ubabambe bagudi ekusifundiseni ezinye zezinto ebeziveli zikhona nebesizenza ngendlela yakudala mhlambe ezinye zazo mangabe uyakhumbula nje nawe ngicabanga ukuthi leso simo uyabhekana naso wawazi ukuthi ngelinye ilanga ama meetings ayobanjwa emafonini ayobanjwa uhlale ekhaya ubamba meeting esemsebenzini. So when it comes to technology, I do salute them. Ngiyabonga.
Just to add, Program Director, the younger generation also, they bring that strong sense of innovation and continuous learning. So as organizations, singafunda more to more ways to improve in terms of technology and being innovative. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open to the floor. Do we have any questions for our panelists? Any questions maybe we didn't address that are quite critical that you want to find out? Or also, is there any perspective that you would like to share that we didn't cover? Can you please raise your hand and share? Or you want to share your experience as well with us? Please do so. The gentleman at the back, please, can you help give the mic?
Sanibona mphakathi omuhle.
Yebo.
Mina mange ngize ngikhulume nje kakhulu ngizoyiqala nje la iqale khona izolo. Kuze kube namhlanje siyabonga muhle umsebenzi wenu enwenza ngetransformation nangako konke nikwenza nakobaba abanye laba abadala kwi-industry. So inkinga esinalo kade siqale si-investigate mina ngila eMeville eduze kwe-Wiggins water mngeni. Kade saqala ukuyiqhumisa impama kulamama water reserve kufaka opoison isijaho basoni senza konke. So manje siwaqaphe kabi. Into engicela nje manje senzele yona iyodwa ama boreholes emakhaya kan deploy nje emakhaya emafama kule ndawo manje sibuka exploitation la. Into efika uMngeni water sitshela yona yabo nje kufana nokwenza ikhofi netiye le it's a process control ngifaka ushukela nosawoti ngihlanganise then mase ngiyafaka purify amanzi. But siyabonga muhle umsebenzi enwenzile ngiyawuthanda amavu umuhle nisilethele youth ne technology iqeqesha abantu abadala. Siyabonga ukuthi baveze let's sacela ukuthi ibe annual upresident afake isandla kule conference. Siqhube every year ngoba sinenkinga yalamanzi ngo-2022 January kufika ugift of the givers nama truck sabola ingane amazinyo emahholo kuma victim disaster amanzi aqeda ingane kwa mina nje abola amanzi kwakune destruction yamanzi ngo-2022 disaster saza amanzi enjalo ukho amanzi empompini angcolile. Since then sabolelwa amazi kade ngimuhle kabi sengiyasaba ukuhleka yabo nje ngibolile sengifana nesilwane angazi ke noma icala lo process control anilelo ngeke ngisikhulumeke isigisi ngoba ngendosa into yomunye umuntu kodwa nje siniqaphile ngesolokhosi. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much for that comment and also the points that you have raised. Swabhalile phansi, we will address them accordingly. Ngicela i-mic ngala.
Greetings to everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank the opportunity to join the conference. What I wanted to share while we are all here is the opportunity that I gained 2023. It was an opportunity to be a learner. I did a learnership under the waste water and water treatment operations, which was a very great experience. I got to experience a lot. Many opportunities came to study. We even got a program to study via WISA. We are grateful for that. So our program was actually 2 years. Now I have a request that we are facing a very high rate of unemployment here in South Africa. We have experience already. Can we please have a fair thing in our organization that once you give us an opportunity to study with you guys, holding an experience, can you please absorb us? Because now we are facing difficulties with an experience, then we don't get a chance to get employment, but where else we do hold that qualification that you gave us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manyambos.
Well noted. Can you please just help with the mic to the lady?
Thank you, Program Director. My question to the panelists is, why do you think there is a problem or there is a challenge with professionalization, particularly in municipalities? What do you think is the stumbling block, and what can be done to get professionals registered as professionals? Ngiyabonga.
Yes, siyabonga. Ngicela ukuphendula le professional registration nama constraint. Through the years I've realized ukuthi if you work under a local municipality or a district or a metro, kuba nama issues with angithi umasipala abaningi abayenza design. So into mina eNewcastle, what I've done, I've actually wrote incwadi to USAISE PDP. USAISE PDP unayo program whereby matured, let's say you have the experience but uleka design. So banama mentors, like bawufuna register as a PR tech or a PR technologist or a PR eng. So what they do over a period, kumele sign a MOU, Memo of Understanding, with a senior executive. Then within the whole period, it's free of charge. They don't charge you anything. But it a mentor. Bakunikeza chance ukuthi uthole mentor. Mina I think mentor yami kwaku-Abri use Cape Town. But with the technology kumnandi ngoba uyakwazi visually so nikhulume naye. So ne requirement ke lapho. So iyasiza le program ngoba basi sisayine i-Memo of Understanding nomasipala for 3 years. Uyakwazi ukuthi noma uleka i-design. Then we go to ama consultant akhona within the appointment yalo masipala wako. So into eyenzakalayo head of department angabhala incwadi to support ukuthi within lo 3 years ucela ukuthi labo bhuti bema consultant, if you need to go for a design like your transportation engineering, your water, about different categories, noma civil design or AutoCAD. Ukwazi ngoba the way u-X is structured kakhona, i level of responsibility. Inkinga omasipala abaningi kuba nalento ukuthi angazi ukubeka kanjani, but I think abanye ba parachute into positions. Uyabo? Thothi manje akakwazi ukuguide as umphathi wakho. So hence ke le ka SAISE PDP ikwazi ukutholela the relevant competent people abana valid experience abakwazi ukuthi ba assess babone I report yakho then bakuguide ngendlela right. So nje ngavuleleka ngoba uyabo it helps a lot, and especially futhi ba engage voluntarily kulama bodies like your WISA, your SAISE, your IMISA. Angithi ba volunteer lapha uthola ama professionals okwazi ukuthi cha ngeke experience yakho ngiyakwazi ukukhuluma nami ukuthi gatsheni ngiyakubona ukuthi ungaba I mentor right, ngoba that's where la sifunda khona kakhulu uthola uzokwazi ukuthola then sikhulume. So I suggest mina ukuthi ni volunteer guys ngoba yaphuma bayawasenda lama position, but it's just that awuthola imali, but for lento ukuthi I credibility yakho ikhuphuke nokuthi you are sharing ama ideas with the professionals, so uyakwazi ube consistent nokuthi ungenzi okwrong. Because la back guide, according to the code of conduct, this is the guideline. This is what you need to do. So yes, joba school mangeno sharing with joba silapa, kulama different professional bodies. Abaningi, I know Thomas Pala ngale into budgetary constraint. Tena Newcastle, they only pay for one professional body. But I think I've got about 6 professional bodies that I'm registered under. Yabo. But it helps me a lot because ungenza ngihlezi irrelevant. And also lento yama CPD, CPD it's continuous professional development. Uyazi kusiza apha leyo nto. Ikusiza ukuthi as engineer siyarasta njengoba bebesho ukuthi these young professionals bafika with an advanced technology. So now uyakwazi ukuthi ufine tune lama soft skills. Like utlambe wenze your advanced MS projects, wenze the advanced project management, lawa relevant to lezi zinto ezenzayo. Ngoba even I'll make an example ukuthi what I've seen khona isimilarity ekhona between the process controller no project manager. Of which ngiyasuggest abafowethu lapha ba on the floor ngiyacela iyenziwa uUniversity of Cape Town, it's an advanced project management iyabiza yona but iyasiza ngoba ikwazi ukufundisa an iron triangle ukuthi when it comes to cost, time versus scope, how do we improve equality. So that's what you guys do. So mina ngikhamba from a project management lokuzana field but yet ngiyabona ukuthi njoba nama process controller inganisiza a lot in improving ama qualities when it comes to ama plans. I hope ngiphendule kahle ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga ushayile. Nathi ade singazi sesiyazi manje. Sesivala ngiyabonga kakhulu for isikhathi senu. In one sentence just to all of you with less than 30 seconds. Can you please tell us ukuthi what gives you hope and confidence for the future of the profession and also the next generation entering the sector? In one sentence, what is it that gives you the hope regarding the profession? Or anyone, or yedwa.
Okay, but I'll say a good leader should inspire continuous learning, support innovation, mentor young employees, and create a positive working environment where every team member feels valued and motivated to perform their best. Yabo.
Do you want to say?
What gives me hope in this industry is to know that there are young professionals that are still willing to learn, so our water future is safe.
Okungenza ngihlale ethembeni ukuthi ngiyazazi ukuthi ngumgogodla. Ekubeni umgogodla kwami abafikayo bazokwandisa ulwazi elwazini esivele sesinalo okwethu ukuthi sibambisane kona konke ukuvikela impilo zabantu.
I think currently, nationally, we have a challenge. If you look at the last blue and green drop reports, they don't look very good.
No.
And the public confidence is low. And I think with the professionalization of process controllers across the value chain, it's going to send a clear message that we are serious about improving those scores going forward. And yeah, all the best to the process controllers going forward. I think I know it's going to be a challenge to get professionally registered, but I think there is help along the way for you to achieve the target. And just remember, the light at the end of the day is to improve that blue and green drop scores. Thank you.
Mina ongithemba kule organization is that we are making a meaningful impact on the community and also being able to produce safe drinking water and preventing water scarcity.
Well said. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for sharing with us, giving us insight, your perspective into leadership, into mentorship. And thank you so much to everybody that participated today. We're not going to walk away from this room not learning anything. We have learned something from our colleagues. Siyabonga kakhulu, and thank you so much also to the organizing committee as well for organizing this conference for us. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you.
With our loudspeaker, thank you, Mrs. Rambau, for holding the seats. Siyabonga kakhulu. Sifundile, thank you to the panel. Guys, this brings us to the end of our day today. Just this session. We still have awards, guys, which is the last of the day, wangempela. Lapho ke siyobusa. So singahambi, it's at 6 p.m., same venue, which is here. You all welcome, guys. As we're saying, it's the end of our session here of the events. Guys, we'd like to thank uMngeni-uThukela for this wavering involvement of developing process controllers. Siyabonga kakhulu to our partnering companies. And we'll also like to thank you guys for being here, to being part of this successful event. We thank you.
Thank you so much. Zakwethu siyabonga kakhulu, siphinde sibonge kakhulu no process control abakhona la ngaphakathi ukuphatheka kule event. So le events ke siyafisa ukuthi iqhubeke njengoba eshilo omunye process controller lapha at the back ukuthi mayiqhubeke njalo. Niqhubeke njalo ke bo process controller nibe nesibindi futhi niqhubeke njalo no serve le community eniyakhele. Uma userve community as ukuthi userve for the whole country of South Africa. South Africa ithembe wena. Okwenzayo ube nonembeza njoba ngeke ngasho ngiqala ngivula isession ukuthi konke okwenzayo you need to have a conscience, ube no nembeza futhi ube ne respect, uphinde ube ne passion on your job. So, ladies and gentlemen, I won't take so much of your time as Begashu Zakwethu sesiyavala ngo-6 so cela ukuthi nibuyele la on the same room kuzobe kunama awards azobenzeka. But lastly, I wish to thank all the speakers and the trainees, practice insights of operation maintenance that they've been shared this informative knowledge and everything that we need to know as a process controller. And I hope that when you leave these premises, you will go out there on your stations and share this information that you have been acquired and make it useful and become the best of the best. Ayeye, 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 process controller ayeye.
Ayeye.
Siyabonga kakhulu.